17/2024. Going to call to order. Roll call, please.
Here. Councilmember Brummeyer? Here. Councilmember Allman?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Newton?
Here.
Mayor Bash?
Yes, here.
All present. Thank you.
Let's go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So I want to welcome you all this morning to this special session. I really have high hopes for this meeting. I think that we've gotten a lot of input from the public. I also think that this particular council actually is very suited to this task because we represent very different areas in our city. So I think we're very representative. I'm hoping from our side that we can really make clear what we're looking for over the next 25 years. Quite honestly, you guys, you've met our public, and we have a very unique public, a very unique community, and I know that you've had great fun meeting with them. But understand it's that Norco spirit underneath everything that has made us the last one to survive. We are the last city like this pretty much in Southern California, unless you are super wealthy and can live behind a gated community of large lots. So we will move on to public comments. Any public comments? Okay, closing public comments. We will now call upon the Community Development Director Robles for 2A, 2050 General Plan Workshop and Study Session.
Good evening, Council. Good morning, Council. So I know at this time I'm going to turn it over to Ingrid, who will be leading a presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Bash and members of the council. It is good to be here today, and thank you for meeting with us and for giving such a large chunk of your day here to talk through this. We are hopeful that we may not need the entire time, but we really wanted to give ourselves the opportunity to dig into those areas where we still have some a lot of competing interests that we need to talk about and balance and get some final direction on and some final decisions on before we start moving forward with a general plan. And so first, I just wanted to say, yes, we've been doing, as you know, a lot of community engagement, and we've heard a lot of different opinions. And despite, there are some rumors floating about there that this general plan is just to come in and change Norco, and that is not the fact. Everything that's fundamental about Norco and preserving the equestrian lifestyle is the goal of this general plan. It's just how do we achieve that? How do we pay for it? How do we maintain it? And how do we balance some of these competing interests that we do have out there? We have a pretty specific and focused agenda today. Actually, first, let me just go to the purpose of the meeting, because really that's the point, is there's not going to be a lot of presentation. There will be a little bit. We're going to kind of go over all the input we've heard to date in a very brief fashion. Susan Harden, our community engagement specialist, is here to talk about that with us. And really, we just want to sort of confirm where we have consensus and what are the top priorities and opportunities of the general plan, discuss some of the issues that we're faced with in the community, what we heard from the community, what we were tasked to do, and how we got to this point. And then really, though, we want to drill down on what are these areas of where we still have, I guess, not where we don't have consensus and we have a lot of competing interests to balance. And those are the questions we're going to focus in on. So we actually have very specific questions we're going to be asking of you when we get to each topic area, and we'll be recording those as well as we go along. So that's the goal of the meeting today. And again, if we finish before 3:30, we do, but we wanted to make sure we allow the time that when we get to certain topic areas, we have our team here to answer questions if needed. Although I think you as a council now, everybody understands all the issues, and we really just wanted to give the time for you all to have the discussions amongst yourselves as well about how we move forward on certain areas of the general plan. So with that, I'm just going to turn it over to Peter. Oh, no, to Susan. Sorry. Here.
So as you noted, we've had a lot of communication and that we kicked off on 4th of July. And that's ranged from pop-ups to the website, to online surveys, to stakeholder meetings, open topics and workshops. Cover a little bit here this morning. Hopefully you had a chance to peruse the light reading that sent out hundreds of pages of direct comments from community members, as well as summaries of the engagement and the meetings that we've had. So out of that, this is where a lot of the content has been coming from for the meetings from the draft concepts. And so these are just some of the points of general consensus that out of all this engagement we have yielded, and none of it's probably very surprising. Small town character, animal keeping, lot size, bush trail priorities. We heard loud and clear recently about the 6th Street, but there's still some differing opinions about 6th Street, but certainly prioritizing for horses, trailers, and parades. A lot of discussion about the Norconian, not necessarily consensus on exactly what to do, but a lot of excitement around the opportunity to do so. And then we heard quite a bit about traffic speeds, through traffic, road maintenance, and then a few other items that seem to be relatively consensus-based as well. So getting better access to the river, community events, local youth support, and some concern around hotels. So these are just some of the points of consensus that have brought us to this community vision statement. And this vision statement has been shared 3 or 4 times at this point. All without much, if any, community comment. People nod their head, they kind of like it, they seem like this is in line with what the community believes to be the vision for the future. And as Jean said, it's really a lot about protecting the existing character and building on that. There have been, however, as you noted, some areas of mixed opinion or competing interests, and the topics there include downtown/Main Street/town centers however we want to characterize that, a lot of different ways that were described by the community, along with housing, walkability, bikes, and development. So into each one of these just briefly, that's really the purpose of today, is to dig into these geographically, but just wanted to talk a little bit about this. So the way that we characterize this for session is not necessarily qualitative. We don't have percentages of opinions, but this is more of a characterization of what we've been hearing. So on the left, we see a lot of comments around we'd like somewhere walkable, somewhere that we can gather, somewhere we have dining, retail, unique to Norco specifically, but having kind of a downtownish type of environment. On the opposite end, we have folks that say just leave it as it is, just address the traffic, but some cut through issues, but let's leave our town how it is. And then kind of in the middle, people talking about, yes, we'd like some sit-down restaurants. We want to support locally owned retail and businesses, improve the aesthetics, and maintain and kind of expand on the Western design. So that's kind of that. Around housing, we have heard from quite a few people, some quietly, that they would like to see more affordable housing for young people, young families, and seniors. Some testimonials, I would say, people talking about they're young, they've lived here their whole life, and now they're going to stay. So that's been somewhat of a sentiment. There in the middle, I'd say there's more support for senior housing. So people talking about, well, we have to have more housing. Let's make it for seniors. Let's make it still some equestrian character. Have access for seniors that are growing out of their existing residence to find places for them to allow to stay. And then on the other, the very far end, we don't support multifamily housing of any sort in the city. So there's those different steps. In terms of walkability and pedestrian character. We have heard from a number of people that they would like to see the city be a little bit more walkable throughout the entire city. Not at the expense of equestrian, that's definitely always still a high priority for folks, but there should be some ability to support the extra needs. On the other end, we have heard that we're not designed to be a walkable community, and that's not a priority. Similarly with bikes, although I would say in this one, there's not a lot of gray area. It's pretty much, we like bikes, we like to support bikes. We're not a biking community. So there's always anomalies across these, even those points of consensus. There's a few people here that feel differently, but by and large, I think this is a pretty good characterization of what we're hearing. And in terms of economic development, on one end, there are a lot of folks who utilize visitors. Tourism, external dollars are important to the city's economy, so capitalizing on people coming in from the outside, people seeing a lot of opportunity there. To those more in the middle that just say, let's just support local businesses and businesses that respond and cater to local Oaklandians. And then those who are just sort of like, let's just leave it alone, we're okay the way we are. They don't necessarily want to see a lot of focus on it. So with that, these are kind of the general competing interests that we're seeing, and here where the team will dive into it more geographically.
Thanks, Susan. So, yeah, I mean, the reason we wanted to begin with that brief overview of the summary of outreach is really just to frame up the questions that we're going to be engaging you in, particularly as it relates to some of those areas where there's either trade-off discussions that still need to be had, or we just need direction moving forward from you all in terms of to what degree is general plan policy going to provide direction on some of these topics. So again, Gene already kind of went over this, really the overarching goal of this general plan, particularly as it relates to land use and community design, is about keeping Norco, preserving Norco's equestrian and agrarian lifestyle. So again, nothing about the general plan is about fundamentally changing anything about Norco. The illustrations that we've shown and the vision concepts that we've put out there really have been to generate discussion. They have been ways of trying to illustrate some of the strategies that we think might be appropriate to encountering some of the challenges that you have in your community, but mainly to garner feedback. And they've been successful in that way, that they've generated a lot of feedback and a lot of conversation that's really helped clarify our understanding of what the community likes, does not like, what the community needs, does not need, and wants and does not need or want. So I stole this phrase from Mayor Bash, the Norco dilemma. Really, the question is, how do you maintain this lifestyle in a fiscally sustainable way? So what types of change, so to speak, is needed to generate the tax revenue that you need to pay for and support this lifestyle that everybody so loves? So really what that has led us to is what we call the areas of change. Again, less sort of focused on change, but where are the areas in the city where certain types of strategies might be employed to help generate more economic success. And really, we think that's about better using your commercial corridors in the city, because those are the places really where there is opportunity for types of uses that could, and activities that could start to generate more revenue. So as I go through this, the idea is we're going to go place by place. We're going to begin with what challenges were we trying to address and what opportunities were we addressing from the start. How did we start in terms of the types of strategies and opportunities that we were looking at? What did we hear from the community? And then we'll get into conversations on specific places as to some of those trade-offs. So again, at the citywide level, really these were the areas of change, so to speak, that we were focused on. So really the commercial corridors in the city are 6th and Hamner, as you all know. The goals that we were trying to solve in terms of economic development, how can you add more tax revenue generating uses to the city? Similarly, how can you reduce retail leakage to other places? So can we create places that people in Norco are going to spend their dollars in Norco rather than going out to Eastvale and surrounding communities? How can you support the growth of local businesses? We can talk more about that as we get into some of the questions, but I think that's a large part of reducing some of the retail leakage. And then how can you leverage Norco's equestrian identity really to bring people from outside to spend their dollars here? In terms of placemaking, obviously maintaining and enhancing Norco's small town character, the elements of town that everybody loves and identifies with the city. And then, as Susan mentioned, we've heard a lot of community sentiment over the idea of it would be nice to have more of a downtown Norco or village center type of environment in one or more places. So that really led us to these places. We've seen this map before. This is just showcasing the commercial corridors, Hamner and 6th, and then the notion potentially of of one or more activity centers happening along 6th Street, the Hamner Gateway, which is the site of the historic village center, the large vacant parcel just outside of City Hall here at 4th and Hamner, and then the Norconian site, what to do with that if and when the prison site ever goes away. Okay, so beginning on 6th Street, sort of zooming in, what challenges were we trying to address? What opportunities were we exploring from the beginning? Really supporting, maintaining, and concentrating businesses that are essential to the equestrian and agrarian lifestyle of Norco. That includes, the feed stores, tax stores, veterinarian clinics, et cetera, agricultural supply stores, and then maybe there's some others that we'd like you all to weigh in on when we get into the conversation. A unique challenge, I think, to the 6th Street corridor is the parcelization. You have sort of the narrow and deep parcels that are not necessarily conducive to redevelopment, particularly the types of commercial uses that you might be generating more economic success and activity. In terms of placemaking, obviously maintaining 6th Street's summer rural character, both in the any public improvements as well as improvements that happen on private properties. And then in terms of traffic calming and safety, of course, there were the speeding and cut through traffic topics are well documented and have been well heard from the community. So where did we start? We started with this concept of, because 6th Street is a long commercial corridor, that perhaps there could be 2 or 3 nodes along it where more focused walkable commercial activity could occur. That could include just supporting new revenue generating uses, private improvements to some of the existing properties. And we had looked at the concept of potentially including housing along 6, really from an economic development strategy. Could new housing on 6 help bring some of the more active revenue generating uses that we think we've heard you all would like? So in terms of traffic calming and safety, these were some of the early illustrations, obviously, that stirred up a lot of feedback, let's say, from the community. Really, the one of the challenges with making illustrations like this is that the strategies that we were looking at for 6th Street overlap the topics of traffic calming and safety, placemaking, and economic development. So we put together these composite images that were kind of layering in a number of those topics, traffic calming strategies, as well as development opportunities. And of course, then it's hard to pull out exactly what folks are responding to. So obviously these generated a lot of concern in some cases, but the topics we were looking at, sort of extracting the traffic calming and safety topics, we were looking at topics like narrowing lane widths. We had looked at the concept of even reducing travel lanes if traffic volume supported that, which could help with creating enhanced facilities for some of the non-vehicular modes. We had talked about the topic of consolidating some of the driveway cuts across the equestrian or across the trails in terms of helping manage left turn access in and out of the street itself. Things like traffic signal synchronization, speed feedback controls, which we've seen you've recently added, and then some strategies for visually narrowing the street, like adding street landscaping, street trees, the idea of moving buildings closer to the street. We had talked about the idea of medianettes, perhaps, as another visually narrowing traffic calming strategy. Obviously, that is challenging based on the need for access in and out of properties. And with the parade, of course, and then strategies for preventing, if you were to do any traffic calming, that would need to include strategies for preventing diverted trips onto the neighborhood streets. In terms of non-motorist safety and access as well, we were looking at options for mode separation. So the trails currently are multi-use trails, so they're supposed to provide access for horses, for equestrian or for pedestrians, and for bikes. We've heard that that's those conflicts. Be considered moving forward. So, what did we hear from all those concepts and ideas that we talked about? Obviously, there was strong concern over the perception of losing one of the equestrian trails. That was in the concept that we had shown of considering, could you prioritize equestrian travel on one side of the street and have the other side of the street prioritized for bike and pedestrian safety. There was a lot of concern over the idea of medianettes, mainly due to loss of left turn access, as well as concerns about the viability of the parade should you add medians or medianettes. There were concerns over lane reductions. There were concerns over pedestrian sidewalks, and mainly that we heard was through the perspective of if you were to add sidewalks to the street, you'd fundamentally change the semi-rural character of the street. And then in some of the illustrations that we had shown of potential redevelopment, there was a lot of concern of those where we showed future redevelopment on sites where there were existing buildings and properties. So really in all cases, after that April 11th workshop, we just didn't show those images going forward. And it's likely that they wouldn't be, images like that wouldn't be shown in the general plan. But again, all of the images that we developed were for the purpose of illustrating concepts and generating feedback. So that takes us to our first discussion questions. So I think fundamentally the question that we want to start with is, should the general plan prioritize establishing these walkable activity centers along 6th Street, or should the general plan prioritize keeping 6th Street as what we'd call essential, or Norco's essential back of house? So to give a little context to that question, I think we began with the assumption that those activity centers along 6 were places that you really would want to make a lot of economic, make sort of walkable centers, including specific amenities for pedestrians, specific amenities for cyclists, et cetera, that you might want to focus on evolving particular parts of the corridor. And I think the question really is 6th Street the right place for that to happen? Should those places be more focused on other places like the Hamner Gateway or 4th and Hamner? And should 6th really continue to be and made to function better, look better, the place where you prioritize the types of uses that are most essential to Norco's equestrian and agrarian agricultural lifestyle?
Sort of tied up in that is the question of whether 6th Street is really for people who live in Norco to shop at. We were originally thinking that maybe if some of these more walkable places with restaurants and some shops that would appeal to a broader clientele, from including folks from outside Norco, the shop there would be an economic development strategy. that could get more net new money into town to help pay for stuff. But that's only one aspect of that, and I understand if it's prioritized for hay and feed stores and other uses like that, then people from the larger area will come there. So really, a question of like, you know, who's 6th Street for?
Yeah, there's a lot of cities that are losing their question. In Jersey, people are losing it's burning
If it's like,
Let's say,
oh, good grief, I think Blue Sky on the streets is one of the better outcomes.
good sign and winning to do that.
That's the biggest problem you got here in pretty good shape.
Yeah. I wish that was it.
So in terms of the feed stores, the thing we can't promise is that they will remain here. You've got one that owns their property. You have two that are leasing. And then you've got another one, a company that owns the feed store here. And so one of the things that I think we need to plan for is in the event that we lose our feed stores, I think I spoke to you about this, we need to create the ability to have a combine of some sort. Because if we're at the mercy of Chino Valley or with thinking they'll be there too, or Europa Valley, we would be in serious trouble. Because right now, if you order, for example, from Europa Valley, you have to pay a fee to bring it here, if they will bring it here at all. Or what you do is you end up having to buy, sharing loads and things like that. And a lot of people just can't do that when they have 2 or 3 horses. So I think it's critical that we zone in such a way that 6th Street or maybe elsewhere has that ability to, the city would step in. I'm thinking maybe through the Eat Center where they create kind of a combine where they're able to buy in bulk and sell to the residents of Norco. The feed is a critical component. The other thing that's a critical component is we worry about Viramonte. So I think that somewhere down the line, we're talking about maybe the property on the riverbed, but these two are on that committee, may not work. That's the other thing, is where do we get rid of manure? Without those two things, we're in trouble. And then basically just the layout of the city is you have to have large lots to trails to open space. And if you have any one of those things that goes away, you're no longer an equestrian community. So those are things I would like to see. Robin?
Picture for 6th Street. 6th Street should be for Norco folks. You have the panel store, you have the feed stores, you have the rock place. And so I think focusing 6th Street as a place where Norconians can get the supplies and materials they need for their day-to-day would be good. And I think looking at capturing other folks in the walkability center, I think there's some other places where that can take place. So if we focus on 6th Street on making the architecture for new places the way we want it, adding trees and landscaping as those developments come in that match what we want, I think those two kind of improvements will be a good fit for our community.
About the feed stores, what about 10 or 12 years ago when hay got really expensive? And the reason being is the suppliers out in the desert along the Colorado River were storing it up. And I saw one of the places I know had over 100,000 bales of hay stacked up out there, but they were selling it. When it got to the highest point, they would sell it to the Japanese.
Yeah, I remember.
And it would go overseas. And it made it very hard here because we had never seen $22 a bale hay at that time. Now I think that's an everyday occurrence. I don't know, I haven't bought any in a long time, but they were holding on to it. The tribes out there were holding on to it to the last minute, getting all the money, and they didn't care whether these horses here ate or not. So it's a market thing for
Making money,
make it, for the farmers. And now I understand that out there along the Colorado River where they've got lots of hay stored up, that since hay's gone down a little bit, I don't know how much it's gone down, but some of them are setting fire to their haystacks so they get more off the insurance than they can by holding on to it. But,
Jesus.
you know, it's just what the old boys say, Bidenomics or whatever they call it, that the farmers getting more money for their insurance than they were. And it costs a lot to transport it from there to here too. You know, whoever buys hay here is paying for transportation on it.
Catherine?
So I think about that big question, right? Who is Sixth Street for? And I would say I see it more as for two groups of people, for Norconians and equestrians, but I see it as our outsiders coming in to places like Boot Barn. You know, to eat, because it feels, I can tell you, before I lived in Norco, the place that I would always go to eat or to shop was Sixth Street, right? I mean, if you're going to go to Target or things like that, but if you want that Norco feel, people come and then they see the horses go by. And I think that's where a lot of the desire that people have expressed for a walkable six, because they see that potential. So I think that for our zoning on Sixth Street, I think we need to be stricter. I think we need to be more focused, because right now pretty much anything can go there, and that's what's happening. So if we want to prioritize certain uses, I think we need to do that and be clear, you know, for agriculture and equestrian, and what kind of businesses do we really want there? Do we want it just to be equestrian and construction, or those are kinds of new things that have been going in? And then trees, zoning, I think we need better objective development standards for Sixth Street in terms of what the buildings look like, the architecture. And then when we look at the map, you had identified 3 kind of zones for a possible walkable area. And so I read all of this yesterday, and there seemed to be much more support for a walkable area at our gateway spot, which is outside 6. So then my question was, would we want to prioritize and link any of just that early kind of entryway on 6th Street, because it kind of connects to that? Would we want to just use that part of 6th to have any kind of downtown walkable area, leaving the rest of 6th kind of as it is, just strengthening those pieces that Robin mentioned and Berwin mentioned? Right. So I guess, so I'm asking my colleagues, right, because you need consensus for us, but that was what I saw as the potential when I looked through all the feedback from our public, is looking at the entryway, the gateway, which we're going to get to, I know, but that part of 6, right, kind of the entryway to 6, so that those are near each other, they would fit together. That entry part really isn't where yeah. So it's the early purple part, right? That's not going to bleed into where our feed stores are, or, you know, kind of those other pieces that have that old Norco feel.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good question to be thinking about, and that's the reason. Not that we were suggesting that these are the 3 locations. Really, it was the notion of having sort of multiple centers along the corridor, and the corridor is a long thing, so different parts of it can be conceived of differently. You know, as you move to the east, the patterns, even though it's still a lot of commercial use, the pattern is really commercial uses in old houses, when this is a former residential corridor.
It was a residential street, just like all the other streets, and then it just got rezoned and widened. And there it is.
There were so many comments on speed. So I know that's where some of these ideas came from, but and people liked the crosswalks. There was a lot of consensus. No one was like, you know, highly visible crosswalks. There were a few other things, and then a lot of people picked other measures which aren't defined, but you know, so when we're looking at that, I think those things we have to take into account for. And you know, and when I looked at the business group, some of the businesses on 6, they talked about, you know, people just driving through, they want to slow those people down so they'll hopefully stop, right? So
Yeah.
I know there's conflicting, right, like input from residents on that, but we hear all the time that speed is an issue. And so how do we slow down people on 6th Street, or are we just going to leave it alone? I know some of that is like the trees, right? But there were ideas of narrowing it, or if we put in bike lanes, those are still passable with big, you know, trailers or trucks, but it narrows the street a little more, and it keeps those things out of the
out of the horse trails.
Picking up on something you mentioned about clearer architectural direction for what buildings on Sixth Street look like, and based on what Mayor Bash was saying about what if any of the feed stores goes away, which we're certainly hoping doesn't happen, but there's separate and apart from land use, there's some pretty simple ideas that might respond to all of that, which would be that if anybody remodels existing buildings, if anybody starts remodeling some of the old houses, or if somebody starts building a new building anywhere along Sixth, if the building is sort of close to the trail, as opposed to setting, way back at the back of the lot, and if it looks sort of like an Old West building, like you see in the sets from, Gunsmoke, where you have like a porch on the front, shaded outdoor space, and maybe a little sidewalk, or even like a wood walk in front of the store. Have those buildings up near the street, then it could still be a hay store. It could still be a hay yard, and you just drive past that little store that's up at the front and load up your hay in the back. So it starts to feel like somebody lives there on the street, instead of just looking at a big parking lot or a big yard full of stacks of stuff. It would start to feel more like a small town.
We like the stacked hay.
Oh.
I'm teasing you.
But it's not an either or. I mean, you could have some nice little buildings and stacks of hay instead of big parking lots and stacks of hay. It would then, if the hay place goes away, you could put a little restaurant in there until you get a hay place back.
Well, you still got your parking in the rear.
Yes, and that's the other key that I meant to mention. So these big deep lots, the solution, it's pretty obvious. You've got acres and acres of like sort of unused land back there that could be parking, and you could drive through the lot and park there. You could start to organize some easements between parcels in some cases, where you could drive in to a parking lot in the back. Towns all over the world have this. You drive in and there's a parking lot, and then if there's no more spaces left there, you can just drive through into the parking lot behind the building next door, and there might be parking there. You got room for hundreds of parking spaces. There's no reason to not have plenty of parking.
And I would just note that in the last round of engagement, we asked that specific question about parking on the rear and the side, and it was overwhelmingly got support from the community that parking behind and on the side was.
Well, it's safer if you're able to back out of parking place and back in and drive out farther on the street than just to try to back out.
When you're out at the street.
On Sixth Street, you might wind up walking through further with the road.
Sure. And your 1999 Sixth Street plan had a lot of that in it. Has a lot of that in it, but I think we could further clarify it if with your agreement. We could provide some greater clarity about policies in the plan. The city might take sort of a leadership position in organizing, shared parking arrangements that might unlock a lot of value for everybody that owns property there.
You've touched on something there, because just for example, Tony's Hay and Grain, they're a perfect example of not being able to get to the back with the delivery truck. So they actually have an agreement that goes along the church. And one of my fears is that when that church was up for sale, Tony's was freaking out because they would not be able to get to the back and put the feed in the back of where it has to be stored. In terms of Robin, that was really interesting. I'd never thought of it. The problem we have with Sixth Street is we've already created a tourist zone. People go down the street just to see the red, white, and blue stripes. When we've had different TV shows come here, they close our bars. They wear funky cowboy hats and they tuck their They tuck their jeans into their boots and they're cowboys. And so it's interesting. So I'd like to continue to capture that, but at the same time, um, and then the other point is Norco never had a downtown. We had 4 buildings, and that was
Well,
it.
You've
That
got
was at
little
the
town center there.
just,
on
and
Old
that
Hampton.
that's all it was. And then he stopped building it.
Right. He lost
so-
all his money trying to save the Norco.
So let me one of the things I'm wondering, one of the things you've left off, that one of the things I didn't realize when we had to create our housing zones is that we could have made smaller zones. I didn't know that. And so, for example, we have this huge piece of property sitting at the corner of Second and River. And if we could strategically place courtyards, which are all over Corona, they're all over Riverside, they're everywhere. You don't even know, talking to that developer or looking at how do we create agricultural and create small agri communities somehow. Just little places where you have a space, half acre maybe in the middle, and then you've got some sort of a courtyard. And then the big elephant in the room, which I'm sure you're going to get to, is Silver Lakes attracted 1.5 million visitors, and they're the 6th largest youth sports venue, actually sports venue on the West Coast. And when the bridge opens to 4 lanes, I anticipate that that's really going to help them, and it's also going to bring traffic. But I think it's also going to help commerce, and I wish somehow we could have the gateway ready for that. And I don't know how to do it. I don't know, Lori, do we sue the state of California and say, hey, we need that property? And the other thing is we need to wake up the property owner of the old Newsom house. Because otherwise we're just stuck, and really that's where our attention needs to be paid. 6th Street, I mean, the saddle sore, the different Mavericks, what's it called now? The
Whiskey River.
Whiskey River. Those are places that lots of people come to. And I know that, like, for example, we have a little coffee shop there, just a hole in the wall.
I
that's
see some
just-
of you went there this
We went there.
morning.
It's just
Thank you.
it's killing it.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I mean, and then the ice cream shop down the way, I guess people are paying $9 for a scoop of ice cream. It's like amazing. The pizza shop. So if we could get more things like that, but I don't know, Robin, what do you see that in what you were saying? No. Yeah.
Oh, I just was down. I put that down about the side and back parking. I saw that as that was not, people were not up in arms. That was a consensus piece, and moving things to the front. Like Deep Barrel's a perfect example that has side parking, and it really has that community feel with the benches in front, and they have cornhole, and so those kinds of pieces I think really add to the feel that people who want to downtown are looking for. But it's not like radically transforming 6th Street. It's just moving things towards the cute pieces or the aesthetically or whatever, and I'm using cute words, but moving new properties and redevelop properties to meet those standards. So we're not getting kind of the things that we're getting right now, which is just, kind of haphazard stuff because it meets the zoning, but we don't have strict
Like behind Pat's Kitchen, there's that huge field that nobody uses except for the truckers.
Yeah. And
So
it's-
maybe you could put something in front of the old, now it's a car parts, it used to be ranch land. You could put something in front of that and wind around it in such a way.
And it's not land use specific. It's a lot of I remember California from the 50s when we were kids. I mean, there's lumber companies on Main Street, and they have like an old wood porch, and you walk in and you buy hardware and bags of nails and stuff, and you drive around the side, and there's a whole lumber yard back there.
You just described Hay Connection.
Mayor, if I can suggest,
Yes.
so just to kind of summarize, maybe a suggestion for the answer about 6th Street is that we're prioritizing what Robin referred to as those serving the Norconians, but I think what I'm hearing is those are really around like the equestrian animal keeping stores. Like so a dentist's office, for example, may serve Norconians, but I don't know that we want to prioritize that on 6th Street, right? So as they write policy, maybe the policy is prioritizing those types of retail that serves Norconian lifestyle, so equestrian animal keeping, and then maybe other kinds of uses that support the people going to Ingalls, people going to Silver Lakes, are different, require different levels of approval, so that the planning commission and the council have some discretion. So I'm trying to think of something that might be in that. Maybe some sort of another kind of retail, but that is not a does not fit the lifestyle necessarily. That may require a different kind of review, right? If someone this is a bad example, but if someone wanted to come up and open a store that supports like what's it, the rave stores, right? That they sell all the funky clothes that the young people wear, like that may be something that the planning commission says that's not really reflective of what we want on 6th Street. That's more on Hamner, right? But other kinds of like more coffee places, little restaurants, sit down, that you guys prioritize that on 6th. That may be the sweet spot between these questions. So just food for thought.
And some of them, if you could elaborate a little bit, you had said maybe maybe more restrictive on some of the uses. I mean, because there are
I agree with what Lori says because right now you can put in construction, you can put in equestrian, you can put in, I mean, I think pretty much anything. And I just think, what are those focuses? If we want to draw people in from Silver Lakes to come up, you know, we want to serve our residents. That's who 6th Street's for. But I think that reining in the uses in terms of what is it that we really want to prioritize there. So I would agree with the statement that are.
because the other kind of niche that 6th Street has is it has some of these more construction focused uses, which isn't necessarily a bad thing if designed right and if they're not some of the heavier ones. So I was just trying to
Design
gauge
is so
where you
important.
sat on those exactly, because some of that could be handled with.
Yeah, and a lot of
I mean,
those
it might be
serve
that
our
there's a
city,
really
yeah.
cute flipper.
Yes, and I think that would come, so that would be part of having those design standards. So somebody new that's coming in fits in with the ones that we want to see, because I don't think that's necessarily happening.
But use-wise, does that fit
Doesn't
with your
do
vision?
cute.
I think currently, yeah, I think we need to look at the current uses and prioritize them based on that. So right now it is kind of a construction hub, as well as an ag hub, a feed hub, and then a restaurant. You know, and then I think we want that tourism piece. We want to draw people in to allow for those uses. But I just think right now we allow pretty much everything, and I don't think that serves us
Actually, it's a
necessarily.
code enforcement nightmare. How many things, right? There's a whole bunch of code enforcement actions that there actually a lot of them aren't allowed. And the way that the code enforcement stuff works, he works 24/7 trying to get rid of them, and they know how to play the system. It's a cost of doing business. So I don't know how to get around that part of it. Some of those are not like the one shop, the glass shop. How long have we been trying to get them out of there? So.
Oh my gosh, that's really not a top priority use for any of these criteria.
Yeah, Greg.
Yeah.
So, a couple of comments. As far as when you mentioned like looking at Western architecture, okay, that maybe we need to step up those requirements on architecture, but it's also defining what is Western architecture, okay? And I'll bring you back to, you know, this is on planning a long time ago when Grace Fellowship Churches, 6th and Hillside, we looked at doing a bank building, okay? And I thought the design was well done, but it was a masonry building. And the argument on planning commission at that time was it's not Western. But go watch all the old Westerns and banks were masonry, okay? So we're going to need some, you remember that, Alma, that you're going to have to define it, okay? It's not old Tombstone. It's not New Western. It's
1930s Midwest.
yeah, so architecturally, you know, you'd have to refine that a little bit.
Do with scale. A lot of it has to do with just sort of how big the pieces of the building are and how, and are there doors and windows as opposed to just.
Yeah, but you can look at some that, okay, so we just throw here's your little corbel, here's this little architectural element, and it's fits that western.
You can just
Sure.
a little paste on junk.
So
Yeah.
avoid the tactone.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So
We'll dig into
that needs to be a little more refined. I think as far as economic strategies, don't take this wrong. The hay stores, it's the wrong term to say a one-off. We have 4 of them. We don't need 100 of them on
No,
this,
no, no.
on Sixth
Right.
Street, okay? But we obviously want to protect the ones that we have.
Or protect the ability to have them.
Correct, right. But to me, I agree with what Robin's saying about it should be a Norco street. But I think the driver is everything that's going to Engels Event Center.
Yes.
Okay? Whether it's to capture those dollars, whether it's a coffee shop, you said, or if anybody's up there, whatever they would need for their specific use, okay? Based on the type of shows that we have there. But another strategy with this is, I always go back to the Disney Ranch. When we brought the Disney Ranch in, that what they generate, okay, that they're buying hay, they're buying at Inland Vet for all different supplies. They're, whether they use all our veterinarians or whatever, but it's maybe for businesses, it's like that type of driver, right? That helps support the other businesses in that location.
We've done a lot of downtown plans for a lot of cities of different kinds. I mean, a lot of them are for places that have a historic downtown and kind of died off at suburban shopping centers. And whenever we are talking to the community about their priorities for that, in most cases it's reviving a place that used to have. And there's always a discussion of, well, are we making this place for ourselves or for visitors? Well, it turns out what always happens is that if you make it for yourselves, if you make it a place that you all like to go spend a lot of time, a lot of people from somewhere else are going to find.
Mm-hmm.
Because authentic, nice, fun, interesting, useful, unique places are few and far between.
Right.
People will find it. And they'll come help, so the nicer you make it for yourselves, the more other folks are just going to come and, leave their money behind.
Yeah, and part of it is, how do you, well, this goes back to the architecture, okay?
Yes.
Where I grew up, we had a hardware store. It was called Rugen Hardware,
Where?
right? Glenview, Illinois. And
Cubs
the
fan.
whole building was, I'm not going to say Western, but it was older, right? But that motif, but you walked in, it had the old wood floors, it had the, the screw bins, the nail bins and all of that with a lumber yard behind it.
Yep.
Right? And that attracted folks from all over the place.
Yep.
And it was right across from, a restaurant and a bar. Right?
Placerville Hardware.
So when Dad went to pick up screws, well, might as well go across the street and get a beer, right? And
Yep.
so it's how you balance all of that too.
And if the hay place has like a little store in front that's selling other interesting stuff that you need for horses, and I'm sure they do, but
Oh, yeah, they do,
but
right,
the more it looks like a fun little store,
right.
the
Oh, we have
more
5
people
little
will
stores.
spend more money.
We have Linda's. We also, if you look at the what I call the Boot Barn corner, which is a really, really successful corner, you have the horse veterinarian, which is kind of Western, Midwest, not really Western, but across the street you have a Spanish Mediterranean building. I mean, those are things. And then the other thing is, if we just make it for Norco, a population of 26,000, nobody can make it.
Right.
They've got to have people coming from the outside. And especially when you have 6th Street, like he said, you've got veterans things. You've got all these things going up and down 6th Street all the time. And if you could find things that, I like your point, we like to go to. But if you can find ways to develop things that other people will also be attracted to, people love that street. And what's funny is they all think it's been like that forever, but there's a bunch of us sitting here. We remember what, 15 years ago, the trees were dead. The road was broken all the time. There was nothing on the side of it. And now it's really cleaned up. We just had that one place right next at the Boot Barn, across from the Boot Barn Center. They just fixed up this cute little house, and it's just happening all over the place. And that actually, I was thinking, could be a really cool coffee shop. It could be. There's all kinds of things it could be.
There's a lot of small towns that still have a lot of the original houses that just got turned into a cafe or a gift shop or.
There's one on Hamner Avenue, the old Clark House, that's all boarded up. It was a veterinarian. That would make a wonderful little coffee shop.
So, as to Catherine's saying, maybe it's just basically we need to, is that C4 or C5? No, 6th Street, sorry. So maybe we just need to go back and look at approved uses in the C4 zone, and then the conditionally permitted uses, and maybe we tighten that up a little bit.
Maybe code enforcement too.
That's an ongoing battle, but
Yeah, and
you obviously know what you don't want there by what your code enforcement is doing today.
And if I can add to Councilmember Newton's or Mayor Pro Tem's point, this is your chance. I mean, your zoning, you're going to rewrite your zoning ordinances, your land use designations. You could have a specific type of land use designation just for 6th Street that decides what you do permit there by right and what you permit conditionally. So that may be something we want to do to keep 6th Street very unique. So like Kevin, to your point about mission revival, maybe that's not allowed on 6th Street, but it is in other areas, so that you're keeping this very unique kind of architectural standard on Western on 6th Street. So it really is so special, both for people who come here and people who visit here. But yeah, you're going to get to revisit all those zoning designations, Greg, and this is the ideal time.
Like I said, work on your definition of what is Western architecture.
Of course.
Okay.
And we don't want to make it Disneyland Western. I mean, it can be broader, but it needs to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. And a lot of that is about how the frontage. A lot of it's about what it feels like as you're approaching the
Right.
front of the building. Does the building offer you some shade as you're in front of the building? You know, it's a three-dimensional. It's not just a wall. It's about.
Does it
the
want to
space
draw
in
you
front of the-
in? Okay,
Boom.
that's the key.
That's like talking about the Boot Barn. So they got the sidewalk in the same barn ticket wood. Look on the west,
Oh, yeah.
stuff like that. And what goes out for the, it's the same thing, it's the only thing they got is a different plan.
And it's,
They got that whole thing, in the wall there.
And it's real simple, it's not expensive, it's simple stuff, well, like in front of the coffee shop where we just work. You know, it's a nice little covered entry and picnic table. Just cool.
Yeah, that turned out pretty good corn for the people.
Yes.
They took over a little school or two.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I think this gives us good sense of policy direction for the commercial pieces of 6, both use-wise and design. I think this has been a good conversation. Our next slide is on the housing piece along 6. And again, we're focusing geographic. We're going to talk all 6, including commercial uses, housing, and then the speeding issues. All 6, and then we'll locationally move to Hamner, and then locationally move to Hamner and 4th, and then we have some kind of outside areas to
Right.
talk about as well. But so we're not leaving 6th, and if I don't want to cut off anybody, but I feel like we've now kind of covered the commercial.
Jean, I just want to make sure that the council though feels like they've got their consensus direction on these questions in bold.
Yeah.
So maybe Susan can recap where we think we are, and then you guys can decide if that's where we are. How about that? I just don't want to lose this opportunity
Yeah,
because
no.
Sure, so I
Do you-
think it sounds like we're talking about focusing on Norconian, equestrian, small lot agriculture uses and peace, recognizing that that also supports outsiders and visitors from coming in as well. Doing some landscaping improvements, aesthetic improvements are needed as well. Lincoln, we didn't come to consensus on that corner piece on the Sierra, so maybe we might want to have a little more direction there if that intends to be a little bit more, and maybe we can get into that when we talk about streetscape and traffic calming. But kind of the concept about deep barrel coffee, so kind of parking to the back or the rear, changes such as that, not necessarily drastic changes to the overall character. We do need visitors and outside dollars to support it. So kind of to Dave's point as well, if you do what's right for the Norconian community, others will come and appreciate it.
You won't be able to
And-
chase them away.
Kind of the idea of really understanding what uses you want. Stricter uses, very clear identification of what uses are appropriate, which ones might be require additional review, might be allowed for additional review. And then the idea of what the character looks like, and we'll talk more about placemaking as well today, so we can maybe get deeper into that, but the overall architecture as well. So it doesn't sound like we're saying, yes, prioritize the whole 6th Street corridor as this major walkable center, but certainly a place that those who appreciate the character and who are taking advantage of Norco assets already may wish to come and enjoy just along with the Norconians. Does that sound?
it's for them to.
If I could just add, for me, there's two places on 6th Street that architecturally really work. One is if you stand next to the old Pat's Kitchen, which is now the,
Speakeasy.
and you look along 6th Street looking east, and you look across the street, you see Linda's Feed. For me, that's an area that you've got this very interesting blend of Western with, there's a house there that has an antique store, which I guess is going away. But you look at, it really captures 6th Street. It's very charming. And then the other one that's very successful, in my opinion, is the Boot Barn Center, those four corners. And you just had the house where you've got the old house across the street from Whiskey River that they converted. Used to be an old feed store. The house next to the chiropractor, they've just fixed that up. That corner is something that when I look at it, I go, this is very successful.
Well,
And- But architecturally, it works. And what came first, Robin? Was it the Boot Barn or was it the veterinarian? The animal hospital. Yeah, when there used to be a really bad looking corner, it was a chicken ranch like. It's just a mess, all four corners. And it was, and so I remember when it was a chicken farm. But anyway, that one corner went in, and then when the Boot Barn went in, then everything just seemed to follow organically. And then we cleaned up 6th Street, and it just seemed to. So didn't you say before you look at little pockets, you pocket gap, pocket gap, pocket gap. Maybe that's the approach we need to take to 6th Street.
They tend to nucleate themselves, like you were saying, one nice thing goes in and all of a sudden the property next door looks like an opportunity to somebody. And then then all of a sudden the guy across the street says, hey, wait a minute, I'll do a little bit of that too.
I mean, the coffee shop you were at this morning, 2 years ago, I would have said tear it down. It was not in good shape. And then you had that dog training thing, which attracts over 100 people every couple of days. And all of a sudden, that whole little hub is like it was when I was a kid. It was a very active hub.
There you go.
So, yep. Yep.
Oh, no.
So
Yep.
Yep.
We know the town.
So is it safe to say, like, small scale improvements that improve the overall experience of people using 6th Street and protecting the existing uses, clarifying those uses, not drastic transformation?
Well, Boot Barn is kind of the anomaly to all that. So maybe if you're at a Trader Joe's or a Sprouts, we might consider those maybe. But if you, what's the equivalent if you had a, they do a great business too. Oh, that, yeah, that place is making a fortune, by the way. The one that does the hats and the boots by the auto mall place.
Are they selling tech or mostly just clothes, hats and boots?
It's hats and boots.
What did you mean by when you said, did you say protect existing uses?
Prioritize the existing, like the feed stores, the,
Because I think there's, there's some uses that need to go away.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful to
And-
clarify.
And- Okay,
the desirable uses are
Yeah.
that are in support of.
okay.
Just the
Ag.
core equestrian.
So I think the two-part question there is, are there types of uses currently on 6 that would be better elsewhere? And then conversely, are there uses elsewhere in the city that you might want to prioritize shifting to 6th Street? Because as we're calibrating land use tables related to specific designations, that might be one of the economic strategies for 6th Street of how to continue to generate reinvestment in that corridor, is prioritizing the types of uses that belong there.
Where I'm having a little bit of I have two kind of issues or things that I'm trying to figure out in my head. The first one is, as we make this general plan, I understand it's about visioning and looking forward and creating what we want to be, but I also think there needs to be kind of an element of being realistic. And, in today's age, are we going to be able to merge lots? Are we going to be able to do these things, to do these big projects? And I just think for 6th Street in particular, the way that it's been kind of, changing over time where it's in the little pockets. I even think about, all around Rock is hugely successful. It's packed on the weekends. They clean that place up.
All around
And
Rock. Oh, yeah.
and then you go to the next house, it was cleaned up. We have there's a business on the corner now, and that building is cleaned up. And so when we look at the uses, I just want to make sure that we're not so restrictive that places like all around Rock or the panel store across the street, that those types of uses are not within what's available on 6th Street. And again, I'm just going to go back to, if our architecture, which has been mentioned several times, is dialed in, I really think that that's going to give us a cohesive 6th Street. And then, so if it is the dentist, or if it is, a cosmetology place or whatever, for me, if people are going to go there and it's going to generate economic development, I personally don't think it matters too much, as long as it's all cohesive and looks similar and it's serving the residents. And I get, like, when people come to town, I take them to Deep Barrel or I take them to Saddle Sore. And for me, that's like taking visitors to like the secret cool Norco spots. It's not somewhere that, we need to be, listing or generating tourism per se for those. So that's just where, again, I keep going back to what's realistic and what's doable, and making a plan that, again, is going to improve, but that's something we can accomplish. And we can get into that discussion, I guess, a little bit more when we talk about like the Hamner Gateway and the 4th Street area, because I have some ideas on that 4th Street corner. But for me, the architecture is the key thing. I look at Freddy's, it's fine, it'll be successful, but nailing a wagon wheel to one large wall for me doesn't do it. And I've actually had people comment like, oh, that's great. Like, it's just hokey Norco. Like, we nailed a wagon wheel to the wall, therefore we are Western architecture. And for me, it makes me incredibly irritated and mad, because it just makes it seem like we're cheap, hokey, dumb hicks that don't know any better. And so those are the things that I want to try in this general plan. Like, those things to me are more important than, the zoning, incredibly important. I just want to make sure we're not so narrow that we're eliminating opportunities for, somebody that wants to start their own hair salon to buy one of those cute little houses and fix it up and have a place for them to run their business. So
So are you saying that'll be another opportunity where the council can really dig into those uses? Well, I think
Yeah, I mean, these guys are going to draft. So I think now's the time to have this discussion because what we don't want to do for the council, what we don't want to do is have them draft and have them be off base because that's going to cost money. If they have to go back and redraft again, cost time and money. So we want to make sure that this team is very clear generally on where you're going so that when they come back with the draft, you all open it and say, yeah, this is kind of where we are. And you're just finessing.
I think the more
So,
we know what the goalposts are, particularly.
Well,
right.
there's actually another, what you just talked about, that house across from Boot Barn that was just redone. If you go to Idlewild, there's a whole bunch of little businesses and all kinds of different little houses. And that little house they just cleaned up. I was thinking the back you could park. You could actually have a bed and breakfast, or there's all kinds of things this little house could be. The other thing, and this is to you, Lori, so that architecture is like to our agricultural roots. That used to be a huge farm. That was the farmhouse. So, Lori, we have on 6th Street, we have 4 slumlords, serious slumlords. Is there anything we can do? Because if you take away the ability for them to have 12 people sleeping in a house, is there any way that we can alleviate that issue so that it would take away the financial incentive and maybe they would let the property loose?
Code enforcement is our tool. It's a slow tool, right? People have property rights but we can take those cases through to completion and we do, but we just have to know make sure we have those actual cases on those homes. Because sometimes what happens is people complain in the community and we don't have a case. So we want to be sure we have a case. And we can see those through to completion. Now, we can't limit the occupancy of a home. That's not permissible.
What about 15 cars in 3 front yards or more?
Well, again, we've adopted new property maintenance standards now, so we don't allow people to park on their front yard, so that we can enforce. So every case is individual, but yes, we can follow these things through to completion if we have a case.
And I'm not trying to kick somebody out of their house.
Right.
It's just that when you drive by, people are really keeping their yard up. There's one person that's right next to a Norco property, 3 houses in a row. I will bet you anything there's 50 people living in those houses. And there's just cars, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars in front of every place, cars in the back. And that could be, I mean, if you could get that cleaned up, you've got Saddle Sore across the street, you've got the people clean, you've got 2 houses, 2 properties, if you just clean them up. It would seem, and they're also wider. They're wider properties. So anyway, that's anything, Greg? Anything, Greg?
No, just curious, why can't you limit occupancy?
The building code talks about how many people can live in a certain square footage, so if they go over the building code, then the building could go out and issue violations, but otherwise, we're preempted by the state on how many people can live within a home based on square footage.
Well, that has to be a reasonable number, I would think, right? Like 1,000 square foot home, you can't have 15 people living in it, can you?
Like the house that would be referring to,
3 of them.
there was a fire.
Right, right.
Oh, no, that's
Right,
another
and I
one.
guarantee you they had more people than were allowed per the California building code.
Yeah,
It can't be
those
legal.
kinds of things you can. But there was a very prominent Santa Ana court case back in the day. I think it might have been a federal case where there was the city of Santa Ana was trying to limit the number of people based on bedrooms. And the court said, no, you can't do that. So the building code, I think, is probably our only clue. But typically when people see limiting occupancy, they're talking about bedrooms, how many people in a bedroom. Unfortunately, we just cannot do that. But if we've got specifics and knowledge, we can follow through with the code enforcement process. If there's something criminal going on, we can build a case and try to go to court and get warrants. That's a higher standard, but we do it.
There was a murder.
Illegal car business, and that's the illegal car business. One time they had 15 people living in there according to code enforcement, so what they do, they just build a fence in front.
So have we given you good direction?
I just have two.
Yeah.
Oh, can I just 2 things? One, we talked a little bit about the connectivity between our narrow lots, and I just think that's important to whatever new development comes in, that they're not building like a brick wall all down either side. And so, with parking and with walking, I think that connectivity, especially with our small, the infill projects will be, I think that's important. And then just lastly, I don't know with the zoning, we've talked a little bit about the zoning on 6, if that's something we want to send back to like the economic development working group to look at those just as a draft, and then send back to council for any kind of, because we were talking about going back and just kind of looking through all those uses. That's kind of what that group I think was envisioned for before, to help with that. And then it comes back to
I'm,
I would,
yeah, go ahead.
I'd rather see this be more broader than specifics like small lots like that. If it's an approved use and I want to build a block wall, I should be able to. But I think this is broader than specific. Is that?
Well, I had two different points. One was just about the connectivity between parcels, right, for parking and access. And then the second was, since we've been talking about uses and being able to give specifics on if we want to change those for 6, is that something that we want to send to the Economic Development Working Group to look at in terms of 6, and then they give their feedback, and then
I'm
right?
hoping that when we meet as a council, that we talk about some of that stuff. I'm hoping to sort of go there. And in terms of the connectivity, we've had multiple projects where we had 3 in a row and one person held out, and there's always going to be that problem. So somehow, how do you facilitate?
But if you require, right, when they're building, even
Yeah,
if
you
that
have it
one
as a
lot doesn't
policy.
come, but there's a requirement so that if when that one comes, there will be access.
Yeah,
right?
so
So
if
that's
you-
what I'm talking about, like not building a block wall down the sides. So if someone wants to come and build a little shopping center, right, they're not going to block wall it in. We would want that shopping
Yeah,
center,
so-
you'd be able to get to the one that's next to you if it's a narrow lot.
Going out onto the street.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just to give you an example, yeah,
Yeah.
it becomes a policy, overarching policy statement in the general plan. So for example, as we're having I think we're dealing with this right now too, where somebody comes to develop on 6th Street, the vision in the general plan can be that, properties have to establish a, connectivity between each other when they develop. So that's basically becomes a high overarching policy in the general plan that gets implemented through your zoning. So
So we don't end up with
Yes.
things
No, it's a
that
great
like,
idea.
and so like with the hay, you're talking about Tony's hay, right? Where they have to go through the church, like that's then part of what we have to allow if you're on 6, because we have these narrow lots that don't allow
Yeah.
for that kind of, like a big boot barn, like that has access, but that was a huge lot, right?
And that can relate to the frontages of the properties. And we'll get into that in the upcoming questions here as we talk about access particularly for non-vehicular modes. And then we talked at a previous one of these working sessions, just even about the concept of establishing rear lot connectivity where you have opportunities to do so. So policy direction can point toward that. Introducing alleys from side streets to give access, particularly for large vehicular drop-offs. So that can't be done everywhere, but as things change, policy can direct for that in the future, which helps with things with drive consolidation, which we'll get into again in a minute when we get into some of the traffic calming conversations.
The connection here is pretty straightforward, that a lot of the more connectivity between the lots reduces the necessity for big vehicles or just vehicles in general to be coming and going many times along 6th Street. That comes directly to public safety, that you have, the more cars you have turning left in and out of those driveways, the more chances there are to have collisions with pedestrians, horses, bicyclists, etc. And if do you all generally agree with what Robin said, I thought so clearly, in terms of the
uses,
about
the design.
the way it's built is at least as important as the details of what use is in there. I mean, if you've got the old house and somebody goes in there with a lawyer's office or a nail salon or an orthodontist, you're using a building that provides Norco with its character. So you pretty much described what we see as the state of the art for the last 10 or 20 years in placement, where the focus is on how it looks and feels and operate and works more than it is on the details of what business is in there this year, because you're preserving the pattern. And if 1 year it's a nail salon and then a couple of years later it's an antique store and then another year it's a watch repair place, like, who cares?
Well, and that's my frustration with the uses, I think, has been because we don't have that. And so then certain uses haven't lent themselves to meeting kind of like how deep barrel looks or different things, right? And so if we can get that right, then yes, I think that addresses the uses piece. But it hasn't worked because we haven't had that. So limiting the uses, then you know what I mean? It's kind of a, yeah, but I agree.
And there can be a clear connection between the kind of building and the use. So in the policy and then later in the zoning, you know, a building that's a house that's up near the street, whether it's an old one that's still there or whether somebody wanted to build a small building that fit in later. We could have uses for that kind of a small building, could be a list of uses, and then uses for like a big barn kind of a building could be, you know, different. So you couldn't have like a medical clinic going into a barn, but you could, we can,
One of the things though we had, I don't know if it's a written policy or not, but certain businesses that try to make the case for Sixth Street, as long as you generated sales tax, we're allowed.
that takes a,
Right,
that
or
takes a lot of the pain out of it.
Yeah, some of those uses, the sales tax is somewhat fabricated, or
Sure.
it's not all that great, rather, and you end up putting a crappy building anyways.
Like the tattoo shop, we're doing and sell Western insurance.
Yeah.
Western tattoo.
Yeah, right.
It's
branding.
On the cross streets, there's anywhere from 1, 2, or 3 lots on the cross street
Yes,
that are zoned commercial.
yes.
So should those be like non-conforming?
They're really,
Right, let's say Tunstall, where northeast corner, you got that, and then you have that big block building that
Yeah.
with like a plumbing supply or a contractor's office.
well, you know, for the chiropractor there on the corner, there were 2,000.
Behind that.
Yeah.
to the north, are zone commercial.
So do you like that? You want
No, I don't.
you don't like it. So you feel like they should revert back to residential or stay residential?
Residential use, but it's commercial.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand which way you want to let it go. Like, cause you said grandfather 'em, so you're thinking like if the commercial use ceases that they would revert back to residential? Okay.
But look at the Moore's house on the north and right. Yeah, that's a commercial, flesh.
Huh.
That's different than what Mayor was saying about some of those smaller houses transforming into a coffee shop or transforming to a.
No, he's talking about,
just
Yeah.
Yeah. They're behind.
They can go anywhere from 1 or 2 lots.
But if those turned into a coffee shop or a nail salon, would that be okay?
Like, I'm kind of like Greg, I don't
Wouldn't
like
work.
it, like on Center Street, behind the place, where the trailer place, the block
Yeah.
place that he's talking about, I just don't like the lead off of Sixth Street, in my opinion. It should
Okay.
be-
So currently the commercial zoning goes off past 6 and
Like,
Yeah.
it should be focused on
Yeah.
6 and then transition to residential.
And that's just based on the depth
Two lots, 3
of the lots. Right.
does everybody agree on that? Cause, okay.
Yeah, I'm having trouble with
Well, like for example, Sierra. If in fact we put that Veterans Village there, you've got your McDonald's, you've got one of the reasons that our senior center is so successful is because you've got all these, it's a hub. I mean, they can get to their doctor's office, they can get to the store. So you may not want to do that on Sierra. You've got the nursery there now.
you look at Temescal, Corona Avenue Center.
Yes.
I agree. No.
Sierra is really different in an important way because you've got six coming in and you got Detroit, you got Sixth and Detroit both coming across from the North Amner area there that connect into Sixth kind of sideways.
Yeah, and that southwest corner can be yours for $7 million.
Whoa.
That's all. That's what they want.
I mean,
Alright.
I think the variation happens because that commercial zone has sort of been painted with an offset from the corridor. So in some cases you have smaller lots that are on 6, then you get 1 or 2 residential lots that have been enfolded in. But we can look at that in more detail.
So all along Sixth Street, the first 280 feet
Okay.
up and down Sixth Street is a commercial zone. And Robin is correct. There's some houses back there that don't face Sixth Street that are along the Center Avenue or, Valley View that are homes. And I don't know, I think that's what you were saying, Robin, that those uses may be incompatible with the residential.
Well, you know,
So that's-
funnily enough, Headley Avenue going south from 6th Street, you have slumlord, and then you have the tax place, then you have the roofing place that for years was a sewage pumper truck company. You then have the plumbing shop on the other side, and behind that, you had, it was really a wonderful business. You had all the porta potties, hundreds of porta potties back there. That's all,
Next to the sewage,
yeah. What's that?
across from the sewage pumper.
Yeah, and then the other thing, I didn't realize how much land there is behind these businesses. You know, when we got here, you had a 2-lane road, 6th Street, and so the houses were actually set back. Well, they're not that way anymore, but you have all this land behind that, again, I go back to that little house that they cleaned up that we talked about maybe even purchasing. It's huge back there. I wonder what they could put there.
Okay,
Okay.
so on that
Right.
on that issue, we'll look at that issue of the commercial on the cross streets and see if what kind of a zoning we can come up with to address these compatibility issues. And then on the issue of economic development, we do have David Bergman on the line, who's our economic development part of the team. So part of the idea here definitely is to make sure whatever uses are permitted on 6th Street are going to feed into our support economic development goals. Like Greg brought up, prioritizing sales tax, real sales tax, not, contrived sales tax is definitely, I think, a good priority piece. And then when those drafts come back, they're going to go to planning commission. And then yes, economic development working group can definitely be involved in looking at the economic development piece of this whole plan that we're going to be working on with Bergman. So I just want to make sure the council's comfortable that you gave good direction. You know where we are on 6th Street now.
Is
On that first piece.
council comfortable with the direction we gave? Erwin, you good? Catherine? Robin? Greg?
At this point, yes.
Okay.
And I think that's the next,
I got
the next layer of questions, you get into even more detail.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sixth Street character.
We're used to Greg. It's okay.
So the second question, yes, okay. So the second question was just the consideration of housing anywhere along 6. So not currently permitted by the existing commercial zoning. And really the question here is not, this is driven by, could housing be an economic development strategy? Not is 6th Street a location for affordable housing? It's not driven by arena numbers.
Yeah, and nothing related to your arena, your housing element. This was more, is it just part of the fabric? Some of the samples that were shown early on were kind of those little agricultural, like housing hamlets, like maybe built around an equestrian ring or behind shops on 6th, because we definitely had mixed input on that.
And there's really two reasons for even asking you this question. One is, as you've noted, those parcels are really, really deep. And the commercial value of like the back 140 feet is questionable unless you can use it as a big parking lot for people who are shopping. And the other reason for asking this question is that the economics of building small-scale retail in a sort of off-the-beaten-path retail address like 6th Street is compared to, say, Hammer, is such that a lot of developers would be more inclined to invest in the sort of beautiful Western, high-quality, commercial buildings along 6th Street if they had the opportunity to make a little money housing on the back part of the property. That just a standalone retail isn't as likely to get somebody excited about investing in it as they might be if they could get, 8 units of housing behind it that might help sort of subsidize them building yet a really beautiful old Norco commercial buildings with porches and courtyards. Something's got to pay for all that. That's it.
So I think I just
We're
would,
not thinking of it as being like where you're going to get lots of new housing. It might just help support what you want.
Robin?
I'm going to say I'm not interested in housing at all on 6th Street at this point in time. And I know we talk about the deep lots and all of this, but like we've talked about Saddle Sore, we've talked about Deep Barrel. Um, there's been some discussion of like the Speakeasy um, area and then the Round Table Grocery Outlet. There have been times where I have not patronized those businesses because I cannot find a parking spot for my truck. So I think being realistic and making sure that there's adequate parking is much more important to me than having housing on 6th Street. I think there's other places where we can put that housing if we want it, but I know parking is an issue as it is for a lot of these businesses. And so I would just like to make sure we have adequate parking and the connectivity between the places on 6th Street and not have housing. So.
Great.
Parking in the rear. The ideal thing for the place over on the riverside, maybe we'll work with the Lost Rock Avenue from Arlington. It's a pretty huge. A lot of good doctor's offices. I think a couple of them sort of get down a little further. For the, place bar before 280. Gun store is. All behind them there is parking. Safer to park there than it is park out in front and get ready to exit. Thing to drive all the way down there 2 or 3 blocks with the parking lot. You gotta cross the street, cross it. Rock and it works. So everybody's happy. Parking feels safer to be there.
Catherine? Anything? Greg?
Somewhat with Robin that I don't support housing on 6th Street. Part of it, I think, is with the walkability. I'm going to hold most of that for when we talk about Hamner Corridor. Because one of the ideas that I've liked for a long time ago is there's an area in downtown Pleasanton.
Yep.
Where, bars, shops, whatever, restaurants, and then apartments above.
Yes.
And kind of, it's not Main Street, but it's a little Main Street. I'd rather see something over like that in this area. I don't believe 6th Street is conducive to housing.
Can you clarify? So you said you liked the housing above, but not on 6th Street?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If I could find that for you, this area in Pleasanton, it was way cool. Yeah.
My only comment for like housing, I picture, it can work above, it can provide customers. But there is an issue with parking on
And I think
6th already.
walkability also.
Yes.
And in some cases, and I'm not talking about 6 feet,
Yep.
that you might get it behind more than on top, because building a building with housing, with ground floor retail and then housing above, that's one kind of a development product. Whereas some people might want to do like a 1-story, maybe want to do like retail, maybe like an office upstairs, and then do housing sort of, behind with a courtyard or something. So, but whether it's above or right behind, it's still variation. It's still all mixed in, and that can help the place feel more safe and lived in, like deep into the evening. Even after the store is closed, there's still people around. Can make it feel more lively. That could go a couple of different ways.
Sure.
We already have we have one in particular, a 2-story that's really in bad shape. That I guess I'm tainted by those 4 areas. The reason I kind of agree with Robin, I do agree with Robin, is because the whole purpose of this is not just to create place, but it's to protect the large lots. That's the whole purpose for all of this. And we're trying to protect a way of life where people have elbow room. And this bumps up right to those areas.
Sure.
And so I think that, and then just the other part of that is that the people that would live in those kinds of, for me, any kind of changes in terms of extended numbers of housing would have to some way be connected. I mean, you can build an arena in a day and tear it down the next day, but if you connect it to an agricultural type something, you have to connect it to something that brings buy-in, because we're facing right now 300 some units. So you're going to have people move here that create a voting block. And if we go to districts, we will have, districts are destroying cities. They're destroying them. And so, not always, but so for me, any kind of housing like that would have to be connected to our historic way of life. It has to be. And so otherwise they're just a group of people moving in, which is actually what we have at the 4 slum locations. They're just living there. And I don't want to support anything like that. And 6th Street's just not the right place, because I don't see how you would make that. They can't have horses. There's really not enough room to grow a garden. There's just no connectivity to the community. And one of the things that Norco, I believe, still has 2 things bind us: horses and agriculture, increasingly, and youth sports. And that's why we all get along for the most part, regardless of all the other things that are going on in other communities. So I just think that there's better places to place that kind of housing for me. Do you agree? I mean, I go back to the house that was just cleaned up. You could have the people live above, which is where the man lived for all those years, and below you have some sort of a shop. One of the things that I've been approached about is they want to put in a flag shop. They want to put in an Americana shop on 6th Street. I don't know how that would do, but I guess you could do that. It's the one that they just cleaned it up right next door to next door to Cal West. They took that old broken down property and they totally cleaned it up and cleared it off. It's on the north. Yeah.
Some of those issues.
But that would mean all the other ones are grandfathered in, because we do have, I don't know if any of them are in operation now, but like, for example, the sign shop, she used to live in the back.
Yeah, and I think that was a question from the community also, was like, what happens to the residents that are there, and they get to stay.
Yeah, they get to stay.
That's where they are, that's their house. It's more as if it changes.
What's that?
The one with that cockfight.
Oh, well, for years you had the barber shop where the cockfighting place is. You had the barber shop and they lived in the back. All right.
And then
Here we
maybe
go.
with the areas off of,
Cockfighting is a great revenue generator.
areas off of housing, or off of 6th Street, you'd like to convert back to housing.
If only it
So
were
those
legal.
areas, those lots that are not necessarily facing onto 6th Street.
I think we left that one we're going to look at it.
Yeah.
We need to look at it, and it might be block by block. Sierra might be different, so we're going to look at those.
Real
So-
quick, Alno, can you just clarify the zoning on 6? So, because it allows for residential.
Right, but you're writing new zoning now.
Right.
So-
Okay. So, but currently, can you just clarify what it says?
No, currently it just makes some very minor provision for live work, but that's it.
But if you owned a house prior that was residential, when it was
Yes.
residential zoned, and
Yes.
now it's zoned
It's
C4.
It's zone C4, and they exist.
To California.
Yeah, they exist they're legal non-conforming. That's the status that they've captured.
Okay. So when we rewrite the new zoning, then,
They'll still be legal
but
non-conforming.
if it sells, does it have to go to commercial?
Correct.
Not the way our ordinance is written.
Well,
But if
but
we're
if
gonna- we're gonna
if that's
change
your
that, that's what I'm
policy,
saying.
Yes.
that's a decision for you.
So let's say someone buys a lot with multiple houses on it. All of those houses then would have to be commercial use only.
Currently, no.
No, right. I know that because I'm thinking of someone who I know who has a business and then they're renting a house out in the back. But moving forward, all of those then that would be the.
I think that's what I hear you saying you would like.
That's what I want to clarify that
Right.
I'm hearing. Okay.
Wait, let me ask the planners. Is this, you tell us, is this something we can do, cannot do?
I'm not, that's a legal question. I'm not sure that you're allowed to tell somebody they can't live in a house, but.
No, she's
The question
saying
is
if
in a
it's,
No, no, no,
transaction.
if it sells, change of ownership. Okay, well, we'll look at it. How about
Yeah.
that? We'll look at that
So
one.
We're going to move to a new category
Yep,
now?
I just want to be clear for Berwin's point that because Berwin was advocating for some live above, live work. So we're not going to include that as in this draft. So I just want to make sure
6th Street.
on 6th Street. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's how.
But I think the question is there a continued appetite for having live work as an allowed use along Sixth?
Can you zone it so it's only allowed above?
Yes,
Yeah.
totally.
Absolutely. You can make
I
anything
mean,
location.
if you look at
Okay.
Old West towns, that's kind of how they all worked for 150 years.
My grandmother ran a restaurant downtown Los Angeles. lived above it.
I think what Irvin's referring to is like single ownership, like you own a shop. It's just like
I
you
understand.
or you and your family. I think commercially, to make something like that pay, you're gonna have more than one rental unit. It's not just gonna be, I have a store that does this and I wanna live in the back. I don't think that would cancel out,
Oh, it depends.
investment wise.
We've done a lot of live work in a bunch of places. I mean, there's professionals that spend their whole career figuring out different versions of that. It's not a slam dunk.
So maybe on the question of, I think particularly as you move east, where a lot of the businesses are operating out of old homes, on the transactional piece, I mean, maybe that's a question that we need to come back to you with more information on. So could somebody that owns a home there sell that to somebody who wants to live in the home and operate a business in that home going forward, or does that need to be an exclusively commercial use?
Oh.
I would prefer just leaving 6th Street alone on that regard for me.
So it's just leave it as commercial.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
before we're going to stay on 6th and we're going to talk more about what's happening in the street. But before we leave land use and design, our team just had a couple, hopefully super quick questions to follow up on. And then I think David Bergman, our economist, just wanted to make a couple, based on what he heard, a couple of comments of things he'll probably weave into the economic development strategy, but just confirming that he heard you right. But first of all, in land use and design, we didn't talk about like drive-through uses is that something which is both a use and design discussion for 6th? And I was sort of surprised that didn't come up. And
I think drive-through and then
How is that gonna affect what we're talking about at council about drive-throughs on 6th Street, right?
Let's talk about that. I think now's a good time to talk about it. I think that the council's generally been, my consensus was that there wasn't a lot of love for drive-throughs. My suggestion, based on what I'd heard from our consultants, retail strategies, was that perhaps we would consider them conditionally, because there may be cases where the council would feel they're appropriate. But in general, we're trying to do more placemaking, create a better place people want to be, and drive-throughs are just not that. So what do you think?
Well, the conditioning. Sorry, there's something that I had to ask. So what do you guys think?
And all the comments were a lot about wanting small businesses, unique businesses, or not wanting more chains, big chains. So we have, how many do we have on 6th Street already? There's a number. Yeah, there's a number. And the CUP stays. So any other, if one left, one could come back in that same building.
You say have a dairy.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that we have gotten a lot of press on over
That
the
could still be a
last
drive-through, though.
14 years is the fact that our drive-throughs also permit horses. And there's a lot of people that like the idea that they can go to a restaurant and they can, you know, and they can actually they can buy a cup of coffee at Starbucks by riding their horse. And so there's things like that maybe we need to have a conditional use permit.
Well, I didn't bring this up the other night, but I was talking to Greg after the drive-through discussion. We've been very, very critical of drive-throughs. We had the discussion about Miguel's over on River Road, and we made them change some things. I know, or my understanding is, you know, we've been critical about where the voice boxes are, where car lights hit and all that kind of stuff. So I think, you know, with the way the system is set up now, where we can have some oversight and have those discussions and take them in a case by case basis, I don't think that's, you know, a huge issue. So,
okay.
But it's only case by case counsel if somebody pulls it.
correct. That means you have to read through it again and what planning commission approved.
Which I don't love that.
Well, ultimately, it's also continuing to educate and work with the planning commission, understand that they're the first gatekeeper, and that they're empowered to say no. Like no is a fine decision by them. So so there might be a decision like, you know, if there's a certain drive-through use is helping to bring other uses that fit Norco, that may be something they're okay with, or it might be because of the site. But if they find another site, it's just another McDonald's. Let's just pick on McDonald's, just another McDonald's, just a generic but now they want to be at 2nd in the freeway. Maybe that's a no. That's just a no. And the reason, because they don't think it's compatible, and that's perfectly okay. So.
And if it's not part of the cohesive design for a desired design for 6th Street, then yeah, it's a flat no.
Right, but it's also about
Use, like it's the design, it could be the best McDonald's ever, but maybe we just don't need more of the McDonald's. So Alma's right, but it's also the use. Like we only need so many fast food joints in town.
We have a lot.
Right?
Pharmacy.
Right. So that's a great example. You may be okay with that because that is serving often people who have mobility challenges. They like to pick up they're just doing drive-through pharmacy, right? So that may be a situation where you would be okay with a drive-through because that's a different kind of thing. That's a great example.
And that's
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah.
That's a must use drive to all.
Sure.
where it is on building matters too. If it's on the side or the back, that's a lot different than if it's just right along the horse trail.
Yeah, the Rite Aid, I was getting a prescription there yesterday, and probably 4 seniors drove through.
Yeah.
Problem we're gonna have with Rite Aid is if they close it down, what do you do? What do you do with an old drugstore? With the drugstore, it's a huge problem, correct?
Yep. They're taking sales out now. What do you do with an old McDonald's? I mean, it's just an old McDonald's.
Like the farm.
Oh, E-I-E-I-O.
He's quick. He's learning. Okay.
Okay.
So we case by case. Okay.
Okay, thank you for that direction. And then again, before we leave the economic development conversation on 6th, David Bergman, did you have anything you wanted to share about what you've heard in this conversation and how, what you're going to add in the economic development strategy?
Yes, thank you. So this has been a very useful conversation, and it's been good to have this reflected back not only from the public input that we received in other stages of the project, and to hear from this working style. I think we're going to go back and make sure that we coordinate the recommendations in the economic development strategic plan with the input that we've heard here. I think it's important to recognize the role that street plays as the vital core, a number of functions that are vital to Norco's identity and to its function as an agricultural and equestrian community, as well as providing support for other critical industries like construction and those related activities that we've identified being very important to Norco's economy. But I also think it's important to look at it strategically, which is that not everything can happen everywhere all at once. And by making the goal of the economic development strategy and aligning that with the land use element and eventually the zoning in terms of permitted uses and development standards, to make 6th Street the vital back of house that Norco needs. Now that doesn't mean that it can't be improved along the way, but those improvements should be carefully calibrated to make sure that they don't put undue burdens, that they are written in such a way that are focused at encouraging the types of commercial uses that have been identified as being core to Norco's functioning as, again, I use this term critical back of house. There are opportunities to make improvements to the public realm when new investments happen to, say, improve the equestrian path that already runs along 6th Street. Excuse me. And find ways to make incremental improvements to it without changing its fundamental character or quality of Norco.
Thank you. Okay. So with that, then I think we're going to move on to kind of the mobility piece of 6th Street. And so these are our questions on that. Want to take it back to you? Or
Yeah,
Jason?
sure. And Jason can jump in here. Really, these two can kind of go lock in step, but we'd like to clarify the policy direction for traffic calming and streetscape improvements along 6th Street. We know that the strategies that we've explored have shown potential illustrations have generated a lot of concern in a lot of cases, as we went over. And then also clarifying policy direction on how to, or if we are prioritizing safety for non-vehicular modes. So, the topics of mode separation. If the trails are currently classified as all mode facilities, then what are the trade-offs with prioritizing those to equestrian traffic, for example? And yeah, so feel free to jump in.
Yeah,
Jason.
I think it's important to recognize when we talk about a general plan, it can get as specific or non-specific on a certain street as we want it to the safety, we see the number of collisions on Sixth Street. That concerns me. I think the general plan can do it just from a policy perspective of, hey, take a look at a subsequent effort to consider traffic calming or, look at driveway consolidation opportunities. We can keep it real high level and non-specific, but it kind of kicks the can down the road, if you will. We could also get somewhat specific and maybe put in some policies that talk about specific areas where maybe we look at a specific curb extension and narrow the roadway in one or two locations. We can talk about driveway consolidation. We can talk about separating the equestrians from the bicycles. So I think we're looking, you can do all this, I think, to be consistent with what we heard in the public feedback, but I think I'd like to get council's thoughts as to how specific you want me to get in the mobility element when we start describing this. And is there anything that we talked about, anything up here that gives you pause or concern or something we shouldn't be considering outside of, keep the two-way left turn lane and generally keep the cross section, if you will, pretty similar to what it is today?
I'm going to jump in on that. First off, one of the issues that's a blessing and a curse is going to be the widening of the bridge. We're now it'll make it much easier to get to Norco. Norco actually hasn't changed in 50 years, 50, 60 years. We still have the same streets. We widened 6th Street, widened Hamner, but for the most part, what's happened is we're a patch of green surrounded by an ever-growing sea of unwise concrete full of cars. And so they're around us. So when the bridge opens, it'll bring the Silver Lakes, it'll bring all that to us. And I suspect that's going to drive a lot of development on 6th Street. The problem I have with bikes, one is they're talking about passing legislation to keep kids off the electric bikes. We're having a huge problem with those. Kids are being killed. And so that's a problem. But you can't separate bikes from horses. You might put a bike lane next to the horses, but you can't really separate them because horses are animals. They can be unpredictable. And so you have a bike whizzing by, and people aren't trained to, when I was a kid, you were taught to go out wide around the horse. People don't do that anymore. They're
Talking about on the trail or like?
talking anywhere. If you have the bikes on the street,
Yes,
and then you have the horses right there,
yes,
you only have that 3-4 foot separation.
right.
And so you have, especially the motorized bikes, that is a huge problem. And the reason we have large lots in Norco is because people want to keep horses on them or continue to have the ability. I don't care if a person moves here and doesn't like horses, but I don't want them to lose the ability to do that. And so I just don't see, especially the motorized bikes, how you're going to be able to create a compatible situation between the two. Now, unless you put the 6th Street in particular, because there's trails on both sides. You might be able to get 7th Street because you have trails on one side, so you keep the bicycle traffic to that side. But one of the things I think we as a council are going to have to consider is the use of motorized bikes, because again, we're losing horses all the time through feed costs. We will continue to lose horses because of that. Without horses, why would you spend the money for a large lot other than to put a motorhome on it? So that's kind of my concern on that.
How about pedestrian facilities?
Well, I think we've already kind of solved that with, trying to create pockets where you have I don't really see people walking up and down 6th Street. I see them riding up and down 6th Street, but I don't really see people. I just don't think they're going to do that. It's just there was never a downtime. I can see that more at the Gateway, but not so much here. I see them riding their horse down the trail, going to a drive-through at the Burger Basket or to the Starbucks, or or putting their horse in a corral to get their new cowboy hat or whatever like that. Or they go to Saddle Sore or different places, but I don't see people walking to those locations.
So walkable pockets, so we.
Yeah, I think so. What do you guys think? Greg?
I don't see 6th Street as walkable. I'm not going to support sidewalks or anything like that. Bike lanes, I really don't have an issue with it. I never liked to ride down 6th Street.
Right. or even horse, in some ways.
So the bike lanes don't have much hardware. So I think we need to look broader on the connections, like coast to crest.
Yes.
That was more on River Drive and just maybe direct it that way.
Arlington to 7th to the
Right.
back.
Yeah, whatever how that map showed, that showed part of it, River Drive. Just the bicycles, not much hardware with that. Anywhere where you can enhance landscaping, passive, traffic calming, I'll always support that. Visually, if you're shrinking the lines visually, anything passive with traffic calming
On 6th Street?
on Sixth Street.
So we say passive, like a little bit narrower lanes, adding kind of the trees. and
Striping, yeah, visual.
Yeah, but nothing like vertical.
No medians, anything like that.
Okay.
No hard structure.
Because if there's buildings that are generally a little closer to the street, like we were talking about, and if there's trees, people just drive different.
I think so.
People drive, I mean, it's been shown lots of places, people just drive slower,
Mhm.
because it feels like you're in town.
Right.
And so they so they drive
Yeah.
like they're in town.
On the commercial drives, I guess, to me, I'd look at that as a case-by-case basis. Whether you're joining up on two properties, if it's shared or whatever.
The driveway consolidation, is that what
Yeah.
you're talking about?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I think the general, like on the driveway consolidation, I mean, that's something that'll take decades to
Oh,
achieve. I think
certainly.
we can set a policy direction to try and
Right.
encourage it, set that if you do have properties turning over, looking for some sort of an entitlement, you're not getting more driveway cuts
Right.
on Sixth Street, we're trying
And
to
the burden
set
of
the
costs
policy
is on the
direction to
developers
fix that.
on that.
And
So,
there's lots of communities that require that two adjacent properties just share a driveway.
mhm.
I mean, it's real common, I mean, for decades.
Right.
Is that something you want to look at in terms of code on 6th Street? Consolidation of driveways
Not as code, I would think policy.
and policy?
I mean, if the situation warrants it.
Yeah.
It's I think generally that's where I'm at, but traffic calming, yeah, visual, passive, signage.
Just to clarify on the topic of bike lanes, so the only sort of strategy where we showed bike lanes in the street itself correlated to a lane reduction. There isn't space through restriping to add bike lanes.
Right.
So really the two options for dedicated bike facilities that we had looked at were reducing lanes to make way for parking and bike lanes in the street, and then the concept of would it be worth considering making one of the sides of the trails for bikes and pedestrians, one of the sides prioritized for equestrians. So those are really the two. Yeah, right.
Maybe the better way is go back to that plan where it's River Drive or 7th Street or whatever.
Yeah.
Not have a designated bicycle route
Yeah.
on 6th Street.
But people, I mean, some people are still gonna ride a bike. I mean,
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But if you start designating, I'm allergic to tar and feathers.
Really?
You know.
Huh.
But then Darwin had his thoughts too, so go do it if you want.
Robin, anything?
Pretty much in line
Yeah.
with Greg.
Catherine?
I would just add the high visibility crosswalks. Those are really important and those slow down people. And then the thing about the bike lanes though is that bike lanes are traffic calming, right? And so if they're striped and marked, it narrows the field. Understanding that the only way we'd get that on 6th Street is taking lanes away. I still want to go back to the fact that everybody complains about speeding on 6th Street. And so leaving it the way it is means that people are still, even if we do all these things, people are still going to be cutting through and going quickly. So.
Particularly, Kevin's right about the Hammer Bridge bringing more people.
I'll just say, Catherine, you're 100% correct, but I feel like the same people that were complaining about speeding were the ones that didn't want any of the things that would slow down the speeding. So you're darned if you do, darned if you don't. So
100%. But that's why I you know, once we have had all that work done on 6, right, and it needed to narrow the lanes, I didn't hear complaints about, oh my gosh, this is terrible. You've taken away lanes because it slowed people down. So that really, for me, opened my eyes to, I don't think it would be the end of the world if there was a lane, if we narrowed it, right? And in terms of bike lanes, it doesn't narrow the amount of turning because you're able to turn through those lanes. So we're not putting the curbs out, we're not putting in means, we're not obstructing any large vehicles, but it would slow people down more. So I completely agree, because people are like, we don't like this, just like, and if you look at any of these comments, we saw that, right? Like literally the opposite comments are, you know, don't change anything, but yet I don't want to pay any more money, and so how do we do that, right? Fix all the roads, but don't, you know. So, but just wanted to bring that point up, right? Because we're still going to hear those complaints, and so I'm open to doing those to narrow that area, not physically, but visually, right? Reducing the lanes, just because it would slow people down, and that is one of the biggest things that we hear about. So.
And this is all very complex because it's chicken and egg, right? I mean, we're talking on the one hand about economic development strategy and trying to get more of the businesses succeeding on 6, which completely relates to traffic speed and safety. You know, in Jason's illustrations from previous workshops, where the field of view for the cars is reducing at the speed as speeds go up, that's affecting traffic or the success of businesses. So how do you, rather than just kicking it down the road and not starting to cause shifts of behavior on 6th Street from happening when it's so related to the economic development strategy of 6 as well. So I think that's the challenge that the general plan policy has to help navigate, and then give you tools for shifting the needle in the direction that we're trying to shift it.
There's sort of two fundamentally different kinds of streets, and an old friend of ours who started doing this placemaking traffic calming in the 80s described some streets are a through place and some streets are a to place. You know, is it a place you come to, or is this a place you go through?
It's both.
It's both, yeah.
Well, of course. But
I mean, I wish it wasn't, but
well, but it's not a either or. It's it's shades of gray. And if it's just too easy to go through, then people just rip through. Anyway.
Councilmember Hannah, I don't think we've heard your input on this.
No, I'll agree with what Greg was saying and what you folks were saying there about the traffic calming and everything, but I feel like anywhere in the world you're riding a bicycle, you're taking your life in your hands anyway, so the way I look at it, you know.
you know that you just touched on something that's just one of the things that our residents don't understand sometimes, many do, is that what's happening here is impossible. We're maintaining a lifestyle that is extremely expensive, but does not generate nearly enough to sustain the lifestyle. When we were founded, people understood that. They didn't care if the roads were granulated. They didn't care if they had septic tanks. They understood what they were fighting for. Well, now you have a new generation of resident that wants the lifestyle, but also wants to not pay for the lifestyle, but wants to have first-class police, fire, roads, and they don't realize that underneath the water, all of us are moving as fast as we can. An old city manager said, we are a bumblebee with iron wings. We shouldn't fly, but we do. And so one of the things I wish we could just make residents understand, that when you have 20 houses as opposed to 100 houses on a street, you do not generate the property tax necessary to even repair that one street. And it's and then they also don't realize we only get 9 cents. We do all the work, we generate everything, and yet education gets 52%, The other people get this much percent, that much percent, essentially for nothing except another direction in terms of feeding community. But they don't generate the income. And so when I hear those comments that I don't want to pay for it, Greg says something wonderful. Everybody wants a great steakhouse, but they want to pay $10 for the steak. So that's the dilemma in Norco. That's why they all went away. That's why Chino, everybody's gone away.
So I do want to pose one question. We started the whole conversation about, is this the right spot for a walkable
I don't think so.
activity center? We had a lot of conversation about what that means and types of uses, but then we get to the section where we don't want to have any facilities for the walkable. So do we want to remove the phrase walkable, just an activity or destination? Or I would say, we did hear from a lot of people who would say, well, I don't really want sidewalks, but I would like to be able to walk safely from here to here. Or I'm getting older and people talking about ADA. So is there some sort of happy medium for that conversation around what it means to be walkable? It doesn't have to mean a continuous pedestrian way. Just wondering if that's.
Isn't it
or do we
most
need
important to be
accept
rideable? I think it's most important to be rideable, which means it's not necessarily conducive to, don't you think?
Well, I would say like the crosswalks will help because right now and the connectivity of parcels, right? Like if you can easily get from one parcel, then you could, in theory, park and then walk. If you need the place is close enough to you to make it make sense, right? But right now there's not, it's not,
places to walk
yeah, it's
versus
not,
parking areas?
it doesn't look as safe to cross 6. So those crosswalks, I think, and the high vis, and for our equestrians, right, that are crossing. I know it came up in another one of our discussions, but like stop signs, stopping people, but I mean, we need to slow people down, right? I think, however, with traffic calming, but that will lend itself to allowing people to park, and if what they want to go to is in that area, they could cross the street and come back to their car versus walking. The same with that driveway consolidation over time, because right now it's a lot of cars going in and out, which prohibits people just hopping stores that are next to each other. So
Maybe at some point, more enforcement, maybe a designated person on 6th Street, a cop, I don't know.
Well, like out there, like right spot for walkable activity, take where like Boot Barn is, that you can go across the street to the vet, you can go to Jennifer's place, right? You can also go down to Cahoots. So,
Get your hair done across the street.
yeah, so there's
So it goes back to that pocket.
that pocket, right? That's kind of how I look at
So
a
I wonder if
walkable
there's,
activity
maybe in the
center.
general plan, we don't characterize it as a walkable corridor or walkable activity center, just because that's a
Center.
big phrase.
Implies
but it
something.
isn't like it's continuously walkable.
Just to clarify for the discussion, trails are walkable. Everything's
I agree.
walkable.
Yeah.
It's just not necessarily conducive for folks with maybe some disabilities that it makes it difficult. But they're absolutely walkable, especially with the maintenance that we're doing now versus years ago. We have complaints from people that it's too hard, more equestrians. They want it more fluffy, this and that. So it's completely walkable. It's just a question of, do you want to walk in dirt? Do you want your shoes to look a little dusty when you get home? The issue.
Not dirt.
On dirt, it's what it is. And
It's
OEG.
granite.
It's very valuable to be
And that's just and that's what you're really promoting. It is walkable.
Wheelchairs.
It's just, the issue is, I've had these discussions, is more of, there's nothing of interest to walk to. So that's why I've always been interested in hearing discussion is the community interested in creating something of an interest to walk to? Because even though we talk about these little shops, there's, as an Eastville person, I don't look at 6th Street anywhere to go to shop or to eat. Because it's more of a niche type of stuff that might serve the community, which is the most important thing. But if you're looking to bring in people who want to shop there, I don't mind walking on the dirt, but I'm used to going to locations, and I hate to say it all the time, but it's like Temecula. It's a downtown area, I can walk on it. If that was dirt, it wouldn't bother me one bit. Because there's interesting shops to go to and restaurants to go to, I wouldn't care if I walked out dirt again, etc. But there's interesting things to go do and shop in a concise area. So to me, when people talk about walkability, it's completely walkable.
Okay.
There might be some ADA stuff that we have to look at, and that's why we have to remember our trail system we want to conform with the state law expects. It's a trail by definition, it's not an equestrian trail, because then we're defining it as a singular use, and then we have to say, where do our pedestrians or bicycles go? This is meant for a multi-use scenario, so that but we absolutely can say our trails are walkable.
And I'll follow up with what Chad said, because I do walk on 6th Street, and Catherine's recommendation on the crosswalks, that's the only time I've had issues is at the crosswalk. So if we make those visible, I have zero issue with 6th Street being walkable. And I feel like as far as walking on a trail, it's one of the more safe areas because it's a very wide trail, and I know the speeds are higher, but it's just a different feel walking 6th Street than some of our side streets. And then going back to the right spot for a walkable activity center, my flat answer is no, that is not the place in my mind on 6th Street. I think, again, going to the Hamner Gateway or some ideas for this 4th and Hamner area, that would be there, that 6th Street is not. And for a lot of the reasons that Chad spoke about as well, it's just not the spot for a quote-unquote activity center, in my opinion, so.
Just to also clarify, you can put bicycle lanes on 6th Street on both sides with just minor modifications of the lane, but all the lanes can still be there. You're not losing a lane.
Oh, well, in that case, yeah. I would like that,
And
because
was
that would
something-
narrow and that would slow people down.
We-
People
we
can still have their
discussed that
lanes. There'll be no minimal tarring and feathering, some, but.
But we discussed that in the last master plan, but it was general because of the speeds, and the speed concern is to not put a bicycle lane there would be unsafe for the bicyclists. So we didn't put it in that master plan that we created, but we determined you could put it in there physically if you wanted to. But it was ultimately left out as a location.
I would say if it goes in a policy to put it in, there are people that ride bikes on 6th Street.
I do.
And that would be a great one to test with the temporary bike lane and let people go out and test it and see how it looks. Yeah.
Yeah.
The bicycles have the opposite effect. There's more people on bicycles when cars slow down.
Yes. I mean, drivers aren't dumb. I mean,
Really?
but if it feels like driving fast would be a bad idea, then most people slow down.
So that's what I'm thinking.
There's always some idiot, but, I mean, most
Right.
people slow down a little.
The more activity you get, the closer it is to it.
Like, as we've tried to teach our kids, if you see a horse, you slow down, right?
I think
Or
going,
if you see a kid, you slow down.
going back, one other thought. So going back to just that first diagram of those purple dots on 6, I mean, I think the idea of centers along 6, centers are going to occur naturally just based on the market. And I think economic development strategies are going to help success sort of cluster around each other, and help businesses support each other. And I think and on your comment on having bike routes on some of those parallel routes like 7th and 5th, I think then as those clusters start to develop those activity, whether they're sort of walkable activity centers or not, but as those centers of activity start to develop naturally, then if there are safe kind of upgraded facilities on some of those side routes, then having connectivity in the north-south streets where those locations start to occur over time policy direction can guide that as well for future improvements on some of the north-south routes as well. And then being able to cross 6th Street to get, and then the connectivity between the groups of businesses, I think is really the walkability strategy for 6th.
I'm not against it. They're good, but I can remember when we worked that trail years ago, the bike trail, bike path. The problem is getting to 6th Street because Crestview is very dangerous for horses, walkers, everybody. It's very narrow, and California is not conducive to bike traffic. And so that's why we directed everything down 8th Street, 7th Street, along River, because it was safer, less traffic.
Mm-hmm.
That's your problem to the bike trail, is how do you get to it? You can do it coming from the west, but then eventually at the end of 6th Street, you're going to hit. So then do you direct it down Pedley Avenue? You then maybe that's what's your exit point? Headley, which is the next street, and then you direct that north and then over to 7th and then bring it up to, then you have the gauntlet of Arlington North and Arlington Avenue. So that's kind of your problem, because Arlington, for many years, was the most dangerous street in Riverside County. More deaths on that street than any other street up until the 1980s.
Mayor,
Close Crestview and just limit it to equestrian and bicycles.
Yes, in fact, we could close Arlington. I think that's a great idea. Can we do that? Make it one way?
And I'm serious about it.
I'm serious too.
Chad, I got a question.
Yeah, I know, I've asked.
Some cities in the middle of a block or somewhere that don't have a traffic signal, they have these lighted things going across the road for a crosswalk. Now, I know that wouldn't work here. People wouldn't pay attention to them if they were in the middle of the block, but say that if you put a strip, like at one of the intersections that has a traffic signal, just across there where when a person's walking, that light's blinking in the street besides the red light up there, would that catch more people's attention, or?
It shouldn't. The issue has been historically in most cities is the maintenance of those lights in the street have become problematic. They require a lot of maintenance.
Okay.
And you have repairs and placement and how you do that. But I mean, again, anything that adds visibility should get people's attention. It's just a maintenance thing.
Yeah, well, I know over at the county building, they got one there where you go across to the PD or the sheriff's station there. It's in the middle of the block, and people honor it. Of course, the speed's not 90 miles an hour either. Right
There's a
there,
lot of
but-
cops there too.
And usually
Yeah.
the crosswalk, it's also now the big thing that's promoting is changing the color schemes within the crosswalk, making it really bright colors.
Right.
You know, really bright greens or bright, you know, just, or a color scheme that's decorative. So it's just, it's really noticeable. So you do something more theme related to your community, things like that that people look at. So it's just
That
something
would be
obvious
cool.
and clear there. It's not just a line.
Right, right. Well, I didn't know how feasible it would be. I knew it'd probably be expensive just to put them in. And,
Yeah, anything's possible for sure.
Red, white, and blue.
Instead of put a flag, the crosswalk would be a flag.
Well, you would have veterans though that they would not drive over the top of it.
Reduce traffic.
You know, with like upgrading crosswalks, like, what about signals above? You know, picture framing with the high visibility yellow?
Oh, you mean the frame on the
Yeah.
signal heads up? Yeah, I mean, that's, a lot of communities have now gone to that, just to draw attention to the signal head that is there. Riverside's done it, I think Eastvale changed all theirs. It's something we can certainly do, that helps.
Yeah.
I think people determine that's a benefit, to make it high visible.
So did you get your answer?
I do, and I also wrote down, I'm gonna try and develop a standard for red, white, and blue, high visibility crosswalk. And this way, not a flag cross, but red, white, and blue would be kind of cool and work out.
Man, I'll tell you, I get behind that 100%. Can you get that next week, Chad?
Just give me money.
Before they change their
Give us
mind.
some paint, we'll do it.
We can get that donated by striping company in a heart.
Oh, yeah, in a heartbeat. That's a great idea.
I think that answers all my questions.
Go
I
get the
have on
permit.
Sixth Street.
Yeah, next week.
Cool, thank you.
Okay. All right, any final comments on any topic about Sixth Street before we kind of switch geographical locations?
Well, if you're gonna put the bike lanes in, which it sounds like we're leaning toward, I think of the access point on the east. So Pedley Avenue, I think
Oh,
Pedley,
Right, I was gonna ask you to
because
comment.
you cannot run those people along California, it's too dangerous. And Crestview is a windy, narrow road that's way too dangerous. I see bicyclists there all the time. There's not even a shoulder in most places. There's no horse trail.
Yeah. So actually what I wrote down in my notes as you all were talking was, I'll probably, well, the way I'd do it right now, if I was writing the element tomorrow, is I'd actually include two cross sections for Sixth Street, one with a bike lane, one without. So we're providing that direction, but also kicking the can down the road a little bit, because some of those other logical termini connections on how do you connect it to other bicycle facilities become something that I think you'd want to look into maybe a little bit more. But since I'm not right in the element today, I will be looking into it a little bit more, but I still may take that approach. I think it'd be helpful to see it both ways and have that option moving forward.
Well, and just 2 Saturdays ago, there was a Saturday afternoon at the Deep Barrel. There was like 50 bikes, so they had to get there somehow.
People do the trail a lot, that's an area where people, there's a lot of bikers that go from Norco.
What's next?
Right.
Just housekeeping. When did you want to have lunch?
We had it at noon.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, the food will be by noon. The food will be here by noon.
All right.
All right. Well, on to a less controversial part of the city. Oh, sorry, I got to do this one.
Put 6th Street for a warm-up.
Yeah.
Then everything else is easy.
Stuff done first.
Yeah.
That was the plan. We've got the hard stuff done first.
It sounds like everybody feels good where we're in I think we got good direction.
Yeah.
It sounds like
The council, it's good. I just want you to be able to go out and when people ask you on the street about this, you know where we landed, so that's great.
Okay, so moving on to North Hamner Gateway. So again, sort of setting up, where did we begin with this? What did that lead to in terms of the opportunities and strategies that we were exploring? And then what did we hear? So in terms of where we began, we again started with that sort of broader citywide goal of just finding places in the city to have more concentrations of tax generating uses. We looked at this location specifically because the city already owns or controls a fairly large amount of land in this area. There's an existing parking supply from the former park and ride lot off of Old Hamner. This was the location of the original town center cluster of businesses. And again, just answering that community sentiment of having a place for a downtown environment. So where did we begin? Again, these are some of the former illustrations looking at opportunities for strategic infill and streetscape improvements and transformation concepts along Old Hamner Road, thinking about that as a walkable Main Street environment. We looked at considerations of extending the character and even redevelopment across to the west side of Hamner Road onto the community center and city park sites, looking at concepts of potentially relocating the community center activities to the area off of Cedar Avenue, so in behind the existing community center. We had looked at the concept of the realignment of the Taft and Alhambra Street intersections that would provide a stronger access into a future village center, should one be here, and improve crossing of Hamner, particularly for the equestrian trails that are coming over the Detroit Street Bridge into the Old Hamner area and going across towards Cedar and to the Norconian. And then we had also looked at the concept of potentially extending development to the north as well, on the north side of Detroit Street. So what did we hear? The main concerns, I think by and large, people generally were excited about the idea of this being a village center and some of the concepts that we showed. There was some concern about the character of design. In some cases, people said that the illustrations looked a little too polished, didn't look like Norco. So we made some adjustments to the illustration of the Old Hamner Main Street illustration here. We added in some more rural design elements like split rail fence. We changed the materials of the pathway to make that look less like a paved sidewalk, and we were a little bit more obscure about the materials there. There are concerns over the potential redevelopment of the north site, over potential loss of the community center. If it was to go away, where would it go? So that's something that would need to be addressed. And then similarly, extending development on the north side of Detroit Street, there was some concern about that. So really, in the most recent workshop, we didn't show those illustrations. The illustration that you see at the top there is kind of where we left it, including, by the way, the possibility of looking at the Clark Field site as an opportunity for new development with the expectation that Clark Field could be relocated somewhere else in the city, and that site could be a good location for a more significant, prominent gateway building and development, particularly with the new bridge. So, very fast, the overview. The idea was really to get into these questions. So I think, in general, these are the topics that we think need some further direction. So I think just at a high level, should the general plan include policy direction prioritizing an active pedestrian-oriented village center here? Is this the location for, is this the right location for a destination activity center environment? Should the general plan provide policy direction on the potential redevelopment of some of the city-owned land on the west side of Hamner? So because the city controls the land, because we're writing a general plan update for you, is this the time to consider if the city were interested in developing or introducing uses there that might be more tax revenue generating? Would this be a strategic time to be thinking about that? That's not committing to that future, but while we're writing the general plan now, this would be a good time to look at that. And then as related, similarly on the Clark Field topic, is this the time to consider different possibilities for that site? And then there was a little bit of mixed, I think, opinion on the topic of hotels in the city. So we just wanted to confirm, should the general plan encourage, if the answer to number one is yes, this is a place for an activity center, should the general plan encourage pursuit of new boutique hotels in a potential village center environment?
Berwin?
You talk about that little picture, you got that little village over there, sort of the American Legion.
Yep.
You talk about have room for a hotel over there.
Good.
Yeah, actually, the illustration on the top isn't the current one, or it isn't the one that shows the potential development of the Clark Field site. So I think in our concept, we had showed the idea of a gateway building there, and that could potentially be a little boutique hotel as part of a village center that could also serve as a sort of gateway entry statement as you're coming into Norco.
One of the main ideas would be to get people that are already going to Silver Lakes to come here and stick around and spend money.
Well, another thing there too, put it in a little village, something like that, it might be a place for them starting out with a few, meetings, conventions, or something like that, or just restaurants in the area. Set down, that's what, not drive or things like
Yeah,
that.
the idea was that this would be a place that you'd come and park your car, park your horse, and just walk around, have a nice time.
Yeah, I have a problem with that.
Yeah, so this former illustration actually shows that. So now in this illustration, which shows development north of Detroit Street, shows future development of the community center site as well. The idea there was, either of those locations could be potential hotel locations or restaurant locations.
Little building over there, got a lot of historical stuff to them, but, they need to be dressed up. If they're gonna put something like that, they need to be dressed up for it with an eyesore like that. That whole deal from there, Clark Field, I think is an eyesore. Starting on the corner, all the way back.
Catherine?
Will you share the questions?
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're okay. So number one, I would say yes, and I feel like the consensus from feedback was this area, and I know we're going to get to fourth. Clark Field, I think we have to look at that. Obviously with a replacement, right? Not getting rid of anything, but finding another place for it. That's a really busy corner where we're having kids, and with the bridge opening, yeah, and it's very small. So just practically speaking, I know that it's used a lot, and so we wouldn't want to take anything away, but I think there's other places that would serve more safely our kiddos. And then We've talked a bit before about community center and community park, and I think that kind of depends again on if it can be moved and where it could be moved. But I like that right now it's just focusing on the gateway. I think there's consensus on that certainly in the community. And then lastly, with the hotel, if there's a market for it, if it's small and if it fits in, I know a lot of the feedback that we did get from the public, people were like, no more hotels. Right. But there's the economic piece, right? And so we understand that. And so TOT is a huge thing, and being able to capture that, especially because that would be our closest hotel in the city of Norco to Silver Lakes,
Right.
given that they now are going to have one right on the other side.
Spend and stay.
Yes. And this would be in a walkable downtown area. If we were to compare, if we could create this area, redevelop it, compared to what is on the other side, this is going to be the area that you would want to stay with your family, and you'd want to walk around, and you'd want to go eat. So it makes perfect sense that it would go in this area. And economically speaking, we need to generate revenue for our city, right? So.
Yeah.
The use of Clark Field, I see baseball people over there all the time. I know the city rents it out. Is that mainly for youth, or is there a lot of adults?
Yeah.
It's mainly youth fields. It doesn't have a bathroom, so it is used just like all our fields are, but it's mainly youth sports. It's
Yeah,
just
and
small.
it's really even 12-year-olds. They're knocking the ball into softball and baseball. You can't have any baseball above 10 years
Yeah,
old.
it's small. Yeah.
Because they knock the ball into Hamner Avenue. And nothing above, even softball, nothing above 12. Because they,
I didn't know, don't take your eyes off the road, because I think we're on that corner, but I didn't know if it was mainly for youth or if they had some adult leagues.
used to have men's softball there, but not anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Number one, yes. Number two, I feel like in a previous discussion, we talked about looking at the community center and maybe a different use, renting that out for something else. And I still would like to maybe explore that. We look at Riley Gym and the number of folks that are there for basketball practice and different things. If I'm a mom, well, at least this is the kind of mom I would drop my kids off and try and get other things done, or I would go do something. I wasn't going to sit and watch my kids practice. So I just feel like there's an opportunity for the community center if there's a little bistro or a couple of little things where the parents could go do something while the kiddos are practicing. I just think that would be a higher and better use of that building. And keeping the historical integrity clearly of that. And I still think if it turned into something like that, the Heritage Room has a place there and would get more business and more people walking through, because you'd go have something to drink at a bistro or a little sandwich and then go walk around and do that. So I just think there's a higher and better use of that building. And then for the hotels, I know it was again and again and again in the comments, no hotels. And so to me, that speaks to the fact that maybe as a city, we need to do a better job of educating, and then maybe economics teachers need to do a better job with people in school. Somebody's not going to come build a hotel if it's not going to make money. Like, people are putting their own personal money into these ventures. So if a hotel is coming, that means there's a demand for it. And so I am in favor of a hotel. Again, folks want all these things and don't want to pay. Well, hotels bring in 11% TOT, and it's not you paying it. So again, hotels for me are a no-brainer. I just hosted a soccer team on Friday that was here at Silver Lakes all week, and they were staying in Ontario. And thankfully, she reached out to me before, so they ate in Norco and they did some other things in Norco. But again, it just is frustrating to me that folks that are here for Silver Lakes for the week were staying in an Ontario hotel. So that tells me we just don't have the capacity in our hotels, and I knew that already, to really capture those dollars from Silver Lakes. So I am all in favor of having that gateway and having a boutique type hotel And to go to what Catherine talked about, again, a soccer team, I travel with high school kids. If I can go somewhere and park my car and meet the needs of a group of 20 kids in one spot and never have to get in the 2 or 3 vans to go somewhere, I am all about it. So I think this spot is the key place to have that happen. So.
Greg?
Number one is yes. On number two, what Catherine and Robin touched about with the community center, maybe some small little type of businesses there, but still protecting the community center heritage and all of that is probably the way I would lean. Development of Clark Field, if I'm fine with that, and as we move forward with, if we move forward with the Delapi property, and we get that easement, that Edison easement of X amount of acres, we can slide the Clark Field right into there and no heartburn with it. Number three, what do you classify as a boutique hotel? And I'm thinking size and profile, okay? What we've picked up on some others, I need to have 4 stories, okay? Would that be size-wise overwhelming for what like in your photograph where I see this village as a lower profile,
Certainly
building size-wise?
Certainly something with a different scale. The ones you've got so far, they're just kind of big boxes.
Yeah, they're,
So
you know,
this one-
basically ugly boxes as far as I'm concerned,
Okay, you
but,
said it.
okay.
But, something that's designed to be part of this village center.
Right.
Not just a hotel, but a piece of a whole village center.
So would you say like, is a boutique something that's like 2-story but spread out more or
Probably,
up?
probably 3, I would think.
Okay.
It's probably in terms of the number of keys, right? So probably
Yeah.
like 70 to 90 keys as opposed to 120,
And it'd be
Okay.
130
interesting
keys.
shape, not just a
Yeah, and then they're going to
box.
have services, right? So these are all limited service,
Okay.
right? So they have a pool, but they don't have anything else. Like, so a boutique hotel is going to have restaurant, bar, probably we'll have some small conference rooms. We'll have a space where they sub out to like a spa provider. So it's going to be more a valet, you know, providing some level of service as opposed to these limited service along the freeway.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
That type of hotel. It's the others that just give me heartburn. And pretty much like what you showed in your picture, I'm just calling that more low profile and like, you know, what I brought up earlier about city of Pleasanton and that village area there. I think that would hit the mark as far as I'm concerned.
I went and visited there within the last year, I went and spent a lot of time there walking around and taking pictures, because I heard from you two fellows that,
Yeah.
that was a good model. It's very charming.
It's right by the fairgrounds
Yep.
where the racetrack is, Berwin.
So I've given this area a lot of thought. You could, the problem with Clark Field, it's become obsolete because of metal bats.
Oh,
You could actually take the use of that field and you could flip it at the other field, the softball field at the community center, and put it at the opposite end with your backstop on the northeast corner. You could literally flip it because the use is for 10 and under. And so you would be able to have both of those uses because the more advanced players are playing at Wayne Macon, and you could do that like that. One of the things we accidentally created was we have all of our hotels within walking distance of the community center. Clark is actually weirdly isolated, so what you would be doing is bringing a whole bunch of activity to the community center, which would go in with what you're saying. I also think that one of the things we should be doing right away, and since we've put the historic room there, and you have your We People program, you have a whole area right behind that nothing is being used for, But you have the old picnic area that literally you could do a community garden there tomorrow. There's water, there's everything there. And I think that one of the things we need to do is begin to create local input into that area. Even if I don't know about the tennis courts, but I think once again, make it in tandem with the historic room, because again, the whole purpose of all of this is to promote large lot agriculture and equestrian usage. And we have this whole big area where nothing's going on, and I think we need to fix that. I kept thinking we would have to tear down the 2 historic buildings that are left. I kept thinking, okay, we'll have to tear them down. But then in talking to the city manager, I got to thinking, this may not be the place for Western architecture. If you remove the fronts of both of those 2 buildings, the old garage and the old land company, which became our city hall, but then before that, it's actually 1920s, 1930s storefronts.
Yes.
And so if you decided to create something rather than the equestrian, you create something that goes to, it's sort of 1920s agricultural community where you have the Western Auto and you have the things like that. And so you could even, not quite like the 1930s that they did at the center up in Ranch Cucamonga, Victoria Gardens, but you create something where you have the Western Auto above it, and you do some, in fact, when I came to Norco in the 60s, there was a whole bunch of buildings like that on 6th Street. Actually where the coffee shop is, that was all the Western Auto was there, you had the Bodine Slaughterhouse, I mean, but you had these big block signs, and if you created something like that, it might be more conducive to our agricultural roots as opposed to our cowboy roots. Your problem is going to be, 1, we have a very unwilling seller on top of the hill, and then 2, you're going to have to relocate the American Legion. They're doing everything they can to keep the building up, but the truth of the matter is they're having all kinds of issues. Obviously, you're going to have to knock down the Mavericks, but even that building was a kind of a storefront it was built in 28, 29, whenever it was. I would say tear it down, but the point is I think that once you take away the false front, you will find sort of this 1920s agriculture. We've all seen them, and bring that back to touch to our roots. And then in terms of a hotel, we were involved in a very cool hotel that it hit COVID. It was a group of people from India. I mean, a very cool concept. And it was kind of Western, but it was across the street. So I know it can be done. And then it was sort of like a sort of a soft U shape toward the end, but it had different levels, and it was really cool. So I know it's out there, and put that on your Clark Field. And one of the things I would recommend we do is we really look at what it would take, talk to Amanda. Amanda, is it conceivable that we actually shut down Clark Field and relocate it so that we begin to let people know that we're serious? And then the other thing is I think we need to really look at a spot for the American Legion. They want a place that is visible, that they can have their meetings, and that has parking. And then the last piece of this, and I don't know how we do it because we've been trying for 14 years, is we must have Caltrans make that swap. I really think that once that bridge goes through, all of a sudden, if Clark Field comes up and it's available, and you figured out a way to move the American Legion, it is going to happen. And then to your point, we didn't get much interest in the historic community center, but I wonder if we would get interest in the front part of that and create some sort of a plaza, because we've accidentally created this whole restaurant row with we got, whether you like them or not, we're having Freddy's come. So like you, I coached for years. My goal always was to find a place that, 1, I knew all those girls could walk across the street to the store, or they could go to the Freddy's, or they could go here, and I didn't have to you'd chaperone them, but for the most part, you tried to get them to go to the store and come back and watch movies. That was the dream right there, and I didn't have to worry about it. And then the adults could go and get adult beverages, and that was the key. So I think there's things we could do now that if we put it out there, I think we would attract some interest. And somehow we've got to negotiate with that crazy woman on the hill. I mean, how many parcels is that?
Well, remember, they named their price
What's the price
previously.
now?
Well, we probably want to talk about it in this session, but, you know, we had tried to do a deal with them, and their price was too high,
Well, at least
so.
they called you back. They wouldn't
Yeah,
have
Jules
called-
Farmer had made some progress, at least gotten a contact, so. But it all starts with getting that park and ride converted, so there literally is not a week that goes by lately that Chad and I have not been working on this, so.
Could we direct, just to find out what it would take to put a mirrored field at, because again, it's about the use.
Yeah, I think we can look at that as we get through the summer, let's get past bleachers, but we can work that into our work plan for this year to look at a relocation for Clark Field. I just want to talk to Amanda, we'll have to look at timing with our other capital that we have on
What
the
do you
works.
think about a different type of architecture, so you're actually saving those two buildings?
Be saved. Yeah.
And that's what
That
we've-
history is what makes it
Yeah.
That's what we've illustrated.
a cool place, is because it is what it is, right? We're not
And then
changing
everything
it, it's
else
not new.
matches those.
Or compatible with, yeah, I mean, there's no reason to do pretend, pretend town center when you got the real thing just sitting there covered up with bad remodeling.
Hey, that was a happening remodel. when it happened. Back in the day, boy, they were real proud of that.
Of course, I mean, the seventies were not good to American towns.
So, anyway, for me, this has been the most frustrating area.
It's the low point.
You know, we've put all the money into the gym, and the other thing needs to happen eventually is, do you think the Scout House, when it's done, it's gonna be really nice, or? is
The
it-
Scout House is going to look nice. You're talking about the paint, the flooring.
The
It's going to
bathrooms.
look nice. The Scout House is nearing the end of its useful life. So let's put it gently. So if you ask the facilities team, they would say it's got to go. But it's so the challenge is, you know, we lack what we call a community center is not actually our community center, right? We don't really have one. So you could see in the context of development on this site that may be something the council extracts from a developer, is that they are required to actually not only replace Clark Field, but also help with creating that community center somewhere.
Yeah.
So
that's
sounds
my
like
two
there is
cents.
some interest though in doing some, maybe I'll call it pre-zoning to the north.
Yeah.
Reusing the community center as potentially as something else.
Can we
um,
zone that a hotel is not an extended stay?
Yeah, I mean, you can say that you're going to want something that is not limited service. And we have already determined that our ordinance does not permit hotel uses for stays over 30 days. So that's our position now, and we would definitely want to do that going forward.
I think we could make this an amazing half mile.
Yep.
Yeah.
Totally. And it's the gateway to Sixth Street.
Gateway to Norco.
The whole, yes, the whole thing.
Anything else, guys? I think we're on the same page there.
Can I add one question / comment? I think, is it on the prior slide with regard to potential housing on this site?
We had talked, I mean, we've talked about the idea of that, and I think that's what we've shown on the north side of Detroit, just in concept here. I mean, I guess the idea that your village center could include mixed-use building.
North side of Detroit?
So that's what's shown here, that we received concern over, so we've removed that in subsequent illustrations. But I think the broader question is just mixed-use development typologies in the village center. I think the reality is there is not a lot of opportunity for that, just given the amount of actually footprint you can get in.
It's small, but I'm curious
Yeah.
if David has an opinion on this. I'm just wondering, back to the comment about being realistic, does this site pencil with 0 residential on it? And and that maybe is not a question for today, maybe we zone assuming there is no residential here, and in a later time down the road, the development community wants to tell us something else, and you guys can decide what you want to do. That's another option, but I don't know. I see David unmuting.
Yeah, so yeah, just in terms of allowing the flexibility for a proponent to have some kind of mixed use or residential, I think might aid a future developer in implementing the project. That being said, you want to be very, very careful overshooting the mark if you include residential, because you'll probably see a 35% density bonus application.
So maybe the better strategy is not to permit any housing here. And then if there's a proposal later, it can be negotiated as opposed to allowing it and then having them come in for parking bonus, density bonus, height bonus. Okay.
Exactly right.
Okay.
Now, so, you know, on one hand, is it cleaner to exclude residential? Yes, but I think it would slow down or maybe make it less attractive to a private investor if they can't access that kind of revenue stream for a block like this that we're talking about. Yeah, so I would be very careful with it, but that doesn't mean that you should exclude residential in the gateway area. It is a complementary, it's potentially a complementary land use that can help facilitate development financing.
So I have a question to that. If in fact Silver Lakes continues to generate 1.1 to 2 to 2.5 million visitors a year, is that component residential wise that important if you're really generating those kind of numbers?
To be honest with you, what's gonna make the most sense, what's gonna be the credit tenant, if I'm a developer on this, who's looking for that market, is going to be some kind of hospitality use clustered with retail that's mostly focused on food and beverage service. So the hotel, and this is a question of what makes it a boutique hotel. The idea is that it's not a freeway-oriented hotel, and that it has some kind of substantial food and beverage program. And again, that requirement of having a food and beverage program is something that you can put into the development standards, so that it's not just, you know, somebody says, oh yeah, I'm a hotel, I'm sort of, you know, freeway-oriented, hot
Right.
hotel. So those are all the kinds of things you want to consider in depth, and I do think that that would be the most attractive piece. So a little bit, you know, a destination accessible to the 1.5 million visitors, driven by youth sports at Silver Lakes, and then also the ability to serve the community, also, you know, businesses like, you know, Foster or some of those lines, is the economic development opportunity. And my earlier comment about 6th Street was not everything can happen everywhere. I think it's important to keep in mind that if you want sort of a downtown or a village core, this really represents the most promising location for that.
Catherine, what were you saying? I was curious.
Oh, no, Robin was saying we needed a.
Portos, and I said there were a lot of comments about Portos, and I said that would,
Portos? What's Portos?
Bakery.
yeah.
Oh,
And so with that visitors, that's
I
a,
was
you know, if
thinking
this
some
were to
kind of
be
a
there, that
core.
would be a spot maybe that could actually get one.
You have bakeries,
Yeah.
you know, fast casual
Got it.
dining.
Yeah.
They won't go anywhere without a subsidy. It's a bakery. They don't go anywhere without a subsidy.
Well, and that's fine, Lori, but when we had Roger here before, we had been in at least talking with them and touching base with them, but we didn't have hard numbers for Silver Lakes like we do now. And so I think that is a game changer for them. So I just don't like to think that it's off the table, because you can go to any one of those and there's always going to be a line out the door. It doesn't matter which city you're in or what location or anything. And so I just think for something like that, we have Silver Lakes and then we have Eastvale, Corona. Like that is something I drive to West Covina or I drive to Buena Park for. If we can have something like that here in Norco where we have proven numbers at Silver Lakes and everything else, I just would hope that it wouldn't be off the table like an automatic no-go. So
Well, Freddy's and what's the other coffee shop? Dutch Brothers. We begged them to come here pre-pandemic, and now all of a sudden they came. So.
Well, the difference is that Porto's, the line is people standing on their feet, not idle in their engines.
Well, this might work for that, a bakery like that. All right.
I think one other maybe layer just to mention here as well is that this idea is not an all or nothing idea either. I mean, it's an incremental place, so that's why in this illustration here as well, those little kiosks that we've illustrated, I mean, those are something that the city could sponsor in terms of creating space that could be leasable by local businesses, local growers to sell produce. Really, it's about how do you start getting activity in this location? And I think that's a combination of programming and investment. And that activity starts to create its own economy there as well. And then dominoes start to fall. So I think
Yeah,
that's
this
really,
more than anything seems to me to be a doable plan. And you know
Yeah.
what? Now I do remember that bakery. And unfortunately, what happened is we had somebody who was responsible for developing this property working against us to put it to another city. Now I remember all about that. Yeah. You've also, the other property we haven't even touched on, because they want 7 million for it, is right across from Sixth Street. You've got that big open lot that everybody wants, but they want so much money for it on the,
is that Valley View?
yeah, the valley, the Sierra side.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Right.
That's the one I was saying, if we wanted to have any link, or if we wanted any part of Sixth Street to link to this, that's the part that I would, that would make the most sense to link, right? That
They
wouldn't
want
have any other
$7
impact on
million
Sixth.
for it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They've had everybody, they've had Sonic Burger, they've had everybody approach them.
No drive-through, no gas station.
All right, so did you guys get feedback on this? So how long do you want to take for lunch? Half hour. All right, we'll adjourn for lunch. We'll come back and this is good.
Yeah, this is really good.
get us back started, if you don't mind. You guys all right? Thus far, in my opinion, this has been actually very productive. I'm really pleased with what I'm seeing, and I think that we're reflecting what the residents would like. So I'm pretty pleased. So moving on.
Moving on, we're on to Hamner and Fourth now, so we're going to talk about that area.
All right. So going back to kind of where we began with the Hamner and Fourth area, some of the opportunities and challenges we were looking at. Obviously, the opportunity side, this is a very large open vacant parcel. In this location, about 23 acres, close to 20 in the north and west side of Hamner, and about 4 vacant on the east side. Of note, and we mentioned again, highlight that this site, at least in the north, on the west side of Hamner, is currently zoned for housing. So it allows for housing under the HDO zone, which, forget the exact number, is that up to 25 DUA?
I forget, but the important point is this is zoned for housing to all be to remember.
Right.
So we're not looking to change that.
So this was one of the opportunity sites identified by the housing element. Like elsewhere in the city, this is an opportunity as well to potentially add revenue generating and job creating uses. We think in general in the Hammer corridor, whether it's this location or the Hammer Gateway and maybe some other places. I just got it. There's a big opportunity to improve visual appearance of the corridor as a whole, introducing design elements that would bring some of the more semi-rural western characteristics of the rest of town to this part of the city and the corridor. And then create traffic calming and safety. These opportunities for improving safety outcomes for bikes and pedestrians along this corridor, as well as anticipating the potential future of the Hammer corridor becoming a corridor. Okay. So then in terms of where we started, if you recall, we developed this conceptual plan, which was really about first and foremost, organizing this very large area into a more connected walkable pattern of blocks and streets and open spaces, with the idea of having office, R&D, large format retail potentially along the freeway, having an opportunity for something more like a Main Street environment on Hamner itself, and then transitioning to multifamily neighborhoods and again walkable neighborhood patterns as you move toward the west. And then critical to all of this would be extending trail network through this site, taking the development of this site as an opportunity to extend trail network from the east side of the freeway across and toward the Norconian site and the river. So then in terms of the concepts that we began with, we had shown this illustration. Again, this is a prior illustration of different traffic calming strategies and streetscape improvement strategies for the corridor itself, including adding protected bike lanes, the idea of medianettes that could bring landscaping into the street, visually narrowing the street and adding just, again, an opportunity to add some more streetscape character to this part of town. We had showed the concept of the little Main Street environment that you see to the north there, and also just thinking about the future transit facilities should this become a transit corridor in the future.
And one thing about a median idea on a street that's this wide is that it facilitates a safer crosswalks because you've got a stopping point in the middle.
And there are actually medians. This is one of the few locations along Hamner that doesn't currently have medians.
So I want to just ask a question. So, do buses go down Hamner Avenue right now? Okay.
Yes.
Small bus.
Small bus.
They quit using the long bus because when you turn off Hammer on the fourth here, that dip will take it the front end out of it.
that's right. Yeah, now I remember. We're a little nervous about some transit hubs because when they're in proximity to the large lots, it means that it can bring a whole new housing element into the neighborhood.
Sure.
So we're a little nervous. I'm just always kind of checking.
Sure. Well, maybe Jason, you can speak to this as well. I think you had pointed out that just based on the linkages to the north and the south, that it's likely that transit would.
Yeah, so there's a concept from a couple agencies to your north. So starting up in Rancho Cucamonga with Brightline West, going to Las Vegas, coming in at the Cucamonga station. You have connectivity to Metrolink there. Rancho Cucamonga, I think, started, and then Eastvale followed suit with the thought of potentially Hamner having some sort of an enhanced transit service to connect Eastvale and the Leal Center specifically up to the Metrolink station and Brightline. And then the thought, if you keep going down Hamner, when you get to Corona, you hit the Corona North Metrolink station. So I think there's maybe an opportunity for Hamner to serve more of a regional transit connectivity component. So I think it's something you could build into something like this. I also think it's important for the city of Norco, you know, if it's something that you think would be good for the region or good for the city, that we build that concept or desire into the general plan and some sort of a policy discussion. If it's something that you wouldn't be interested in, it's also important to build it in some sort of a policy discussion, but I think there's the potential for that at some point. Maybe I'll take a step back. I also, if you look at the Inland Empire as a whole, Inland Empire just passed the Bay Area to become the 12th largest MSA in the nation. So if you think about the fact that I think right now we're the 12th largest MSA and it's still considered to be a feeder for LA County and Orange County. So I think at some point it'll stop being a feeder and become its own economic hub. So part of me thinks that some sort of connectivity, creating those key transit connections is potentially good for the region.
What are the chances of a transit stop at Silver Lakes and a transit stop here?
I think that there is definitely the possibility for that if there's a desire to have it.
When you're talking about the buses, I presume, what do you call it, red line or what?
Oh, Brightline is
Bright
the high-speed
line
rail to Vegas.
coming from Cucamonga into Eastvale?
So that has not been defined yet. So right now there's high-speed rail. Well, you can take a train from Rancho Cucamonga to Vegas, I think in under 2 hours, hour and a half, something like that. So Rancho Station, if you will, is becoming a little bit of a hub between that plus the Metrolink line to and from LA County. So this would be a secondary transit connection from there to the south, connect Leal, connect to Silver Lakes, potentially connect to what we just looked at the Hamner Gateway. So whether that's like a light rail, bus, nothing, shuttles, nobody's identified it yet, but I do see Hamner as probably the one north-south connection of potentially facilitating that absent of buses getting off of 15th Street.
Because I thought you were talking about buses.
Yes.
There's already, I think, a bus where people riders can change buses, I think. They were gonna do this before I was on that committee, or that RTA for 12 years, and I went off for 2 years while I was off council, but, they were gonna put in a hub over by, Costco and Amazon, where all the buses come in, people riding in there to go to work and everything, and then they were gonna do the interchange there and come into Eastvale, and the one bus would be coming down Hamner, which I think it still does, and the other one was gonna go down to, Archibald and come in, and then it would go to the train station. This one goes to the college, and then the train station changes, but.
Yeah, so I'd say it'd be a combination of that, maybe enhanced, maybe a higher quality bus, maybe something a little more unique to the corridor. So I think there's the regional potential for it. I think the bigger thing for the Norco general plan is that of interest to the city? Is this something you want to promote along the corridor? You know, and we can build that into the elements and into the land use as well as the mobility element as appropriate.
It'll be a way for people to get from Rancho Cucamonga, Ontario, Eastvale, Corona, to access what you're talking about doing here along Hamner. Be a way for customers to come shop without bringing their cars to fill up your parking lots.
And then if the regional transit agencies are looking at these ideas, then the general plan gives you an opportunity to be ahead of that and tell them if they're considering Hamner through Norco, then this is what this is how Hamner is supposed to function as it comes through Norco and look like. So then in terms of what we've heard, I think generally this didn't, these concepts didn't generate a lot of controversy. I would say there were concerns initially over the design character of the illustration that we showed. So just looking at the differences, and mainly I think that was in the character of the buildings represented in this illustration versus those that we chose in this. Just choosing architectural styles, landscape design styles that are more reflective of the character of Norco, we hope.
And specifically, that those buildings on the corners there are pretty much copied from Pleasanton. Because we agree with you.
Yeah. And then there were concerns again over a continuous median. The intention wasn't to show continuous medians running down the corridor, but having medians where you have opportunities to put them where you can manage and control left turn access into and out of businesses. The main street entry into this site that's illustrated here also creates a managed access point for a new development of this property. And then sort of generically we heard, and Susan reflected on this earlier, just concerns over the idea of apartments. So because this site is zoned for multifamily housing, obviously that's a polarizing topic.
But if it's part of a center like this, as opposed to just a big apartment project, then it's all of a sudden like it's like a downtown area of a small town instead of just a big apartment project. And there's a lot of amenities for the folks that live there to walk to. It's more customers for the businesses. Anyway.
So I think the two kind of areas of conversation or discussion here, the first one, again, is sort of high level, is an active pedestrian-oriented activity center as part of the future development of this area, the right approach. I think really what that's alluding to is because the west side is currently zoned to allow housing, then should the general plan clarify the intentions for that site to also either allow or require something more akin a commercial Main Street environment on 4th and prioritizing the housing off of Hamner. I'm sorry, the Main Street environment happening on Hamner and prioritizing the housing off of Hamner. And then really related, should general plan policy clarify or specify the character and then in terms of the types, the forms, the patterns of new housing that's allowed by the HDO in this area. And if there's other questions or concerns that you think we should talk about related to this area, we can talk about those as well.
Catherine?
I think anything we can do to dress up Hamner is good.
Yeah.
I drive Hamner every day. And to number one, I just to the point that you made about what can we do to make, since this is zoned with an HDO, so that it's not just here's an apartment complex, but it fits in with Norco as much as possible. If it can be an economic driver, then yes. And then we have objective development standards for our HDO zones. And so if there's ways to improve those, then absolutely we should do that, because that was just our first go round when we put those together. And we know we always learn and we can always make things better. So absolutely.
So they're a good start.
And this is a good opportunity to refine
also know we need to address the massing issue. That we didn't get that in the first round, and we need to bite that apple. So that would be a good one for you guys to work on, and roll that into the general plan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Robin?
So this is the area that I think would fit best with kind of an activity center, so to speak. And as far as the housing, we've already set aside that area. And a couple of people mentioned it. I think on the housing, we need housing for young people. We need housing for young families. We need housing for seniors that are kind of transitioning out of those large lots but want to stay here in Norco. So I think to speak to like what Catherine said, if it's done correctly and it's in this mixed use area, I think it's going to be a little bit more palatable for folks that don't necessarily understand the need that we have for additional housing in town. So, but again, somewhere that's walkable, that has a variety of businesses, that includes the housing, if we can include some agricultural elements as well. When I think about the young people or young families or even seniors that are in transition, having the ability to have a garden or a chicken coop or some of those things integrated into this housing element would be incredibly important, so that they can kind of dip their toes in to the lifestyle and then graduate up to, a house or a larger area here if they desired to do so.
And there's the opportunity of the horse trail coming down that horseless carriage drive down there. It's sort of ironic, actually, that it's called horseless, but it could become horse drive. And connect up to Fifth also, and then across over past the Narconian site and over to that beautiful trailhead where Narconian Drive, where Norco Drive meets Fifth.
I'm in agreement with both 1 and 2, with Catherine and Robin on this. I think that's the place. I had some discussions. I remember Shea Properties had looked at it, wanting to put warehouses there, and I couldn't support that. They were of the premise that this couldn't work there, that it wasn't.
Warehouses will go anywhere out
Right.
here that they're not just against
Yeah.
the law.
So, and you're going to laugh at this, but there's some underlying zones in that area. Pardon?
That's our moneymaker for later.
Well, it's something you're going to have, if I'm not here, you're going to have to consider this. So, years ago, Colin's partner, we had a problem with First Amendment. So that area is, one of the allowable uses is for First Amendment activities. Protected activities, such as your adult, your Robin's retirement plan.
Yeah, there goes my retirement plan.
Yep, seriously, I'm not bullshitting you on this.
Oh, that's the Sassy Lassie thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
adult
yeah.
bookstores,
Forgot about that.
Robin's Gentlemen's Club, all of that.
That goes
That is
way
where
back.
that's zoned, so you're gonna have to, you may have to move that.
Now the cat's out of the bag, everybody's gonna know.
Son of a gun.
You do.
You zone very strategically. We wanted to put it there.
Stop putting it on my system, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
So is that considered mixed use? Is that what we're saying?
That's pretty mixed.
Berwin, anything?
No, I'm fine with the street.
So I'd like to be maybe a little bit more specific. This is a very, very interesting area because just to the south you have the senior housing. And the reason it's such a perfect location and everybody wants to get in there is they can walk to the store, they can walk to their doctor, the dialysis. We even put a little ribbon of asphalt so they could walk there. And what I would like to see is, to Robin's point, I think every development we do, and if we could get this somehow where the state would buy off on it, where it ties into the lifestyle. So even if it's an apartment, there must be gardens, there must be, and I actually think this would be a perfect location for another senior center. And then maybe you have a section for, but I would make it a low income like you have on the senior center. So that one, we take care of the whole Sacramento thing and put something in and put it in a spot where it can be a winner. I mean, part of the problem, there's one over on River Road, the reason that nobody wants to really live there is it's become a ghetto, but it had great expectations, but you can't get to anything. And then the other thing that I like about this site is if you have your area where people can walk and stuff, you might even have a situation where you don't even have to own a car. And it could actually work out. And for young families, I hadn't thought of that, but maybe you do have a section where, because I always like bringing, seniors live longer when they're with young people.
Yep.
They live longer. And so if you have a situation where you bring seniors in, I don't know, can we make this law, Lori? I mean, or for our code, seniors with families, and they'd have to be rentals because we have discovered that when they own, they can't afford to keep the place up. But if we could bring the two together, I think that might be a very interesting concept with, I don't know about chickens. I don't really like chickens. She likes chickens, but I like guinea hens.
To that,
They can't run loose.
clip their wings.
But I think there's a real opportunity here to do something totally special. Now, your walkable area probably would be out of reach, though. That's my only consideration. In other words, so you have those two components, the young families and then the seniors, but then you have an area that's more of a, hopefully, hip kind of. And I think the architecture here needs to be examined as opposed to having rails and stuff like that. I think you have to, again, go to that 1930s sort of Midwest when you watch the old John Wayne movies, they're not all Western. They're like, some of them are storefronts and different things like that. But would those three components mesh? I guess the young families, the seniors, but would they mesh with the type of thing you're picturing here?
Yeah, I think so, because seniors, well, there's an interesting.
Low-income
There's
seniors.
an interesting phenomenon that demographers recognized in the 90s or so, which was, they called them naturally occurring retirement communities. And those tended to be like traditional downtowns, because you can walk to everything you need. You can get up in the morning, you can walk a half a block and get your coffee, you can stop by and buy a newspaper, you can sit down at the cafe and, and visit with your buddies.
So you've created what I'm trying to get at is a walkable community.
Yeah.
Just like the one you have just a half mile away, that way. What do you guys think?
And it has the advantage that, I mean, now those shops can't survive just on the people, the neighbors walking over there. But if they're being supported by a lot of other people from all around, then those amenities are available to the older families.
Can you go back to the map so we can see?
And by the way, all of this is totally consistent with the idea of there being a transit service there. Because then people who are living with fewer cars or can't drive anymore because they're too old, they got a way to get around.
I mean, right there at Horseless Carriage, just above the walkable neighborhoods, that is the primary medical source for the people that are living at the senior centers. And then the other thing is, of course, you have the senior center half mile away.
Yep.
You would no longer have to, what they have to do now is there's a little pathway along Hamner Avenue that they walk, and then they have to walk all the way up Town and Country, or they cut through. I mean, they live right there. This could be really this could actually be very cool. And then you have commercial in the front, like you say. But again, and can we do that, Lori? Can we, with the housing authority, say, hey, we want these to be, can we demand that there be agricultural amenities of some kind?
Well, when you approve prove that you've got an HGO zone there, you've got some certain ability to require amenities on site. So sure, you can require, instead of maybe just a regular green space, it could be a garden, a
Well, some
shared
of that's in
plot,
our
small-
standards.
Yeah.
Some of that's in our standards already as the amenities they could offer.
Yeah, the underlying thing.
That's already in your objective development standards, right?
Yeah.
No, absolutely. And I
But-
think we can look at what kind of architecture you like. Like I have a pet peeve against these 3-story walk-up condos. I think they're unlivable by most communities. Like we can look at that. You can say that you want to prioritize seniors in an active and mixed age environment. And then the market's going to tell you. I mean, the way you prioritize seniors, practically speaking, with affordable is with your dollars. I mean, we have limited housing dollars, but in the future, if we invest those towards seniors, then that's how you can incentivize more seniors.
Well, and we have our inclusionary housing, which
Right,
is 15% of these are required to be affordable.
Yeah, and so as things go in, they're either gonna build it, or they're gonna include it in their, they're gonna be as fees, and you're gonna get to determine those dollars.
And if we want some of these unique development standards that you may already have some of the language for in your zoning, see, this is what we're struggling with in some other communities right now who are wanting to make their general plans less general and more specific. Because if this is the area where you're looking to meet your RENA numbers and we might get people with affordable projects, and then they might be using density bonus law, they can take waivers from your development standards. And so this is untested yet, but I think a lot of cities are now looking to their general plans to have some more strong and specific policy
Does
as
that
to what
protect
you'd
you?
like.
Does that protect you?
Better than your zoning.
I think it's untested. Does that protect you? I'm not sure that's, but it's the best
Yeah.
thing we're trying to do
Yeah.
right
What we know
now.
for sure is that the state law can override your zoning.
Yeah, they can override your development standards, so if we just
Maybe
put it
more
there.
resistant is your general plan.
Yeah.
Well, if I can add too,
To the developer, if you're giving them more certainty about what is allowed, then they're less likely to fight you about what's not. Like if you just say, hey, this is what you allow, it's reasonable, it makes sense, it looks like you've laid out a street grid, you're probably not going to fight as much as if you just have nothing, right? Or just your basic standards. So indirectly, I think it also gives you more control.
So next week, Administrator, the week after that, you take care of redoing all this, okay?
well, you're doing it now, yeah, this will be your plan.
But this is just an area that we may want to be more tailored and specific in policy language to potentially help protect the types of amenities and things you're looking for in your mixed-use area here.
Because part of what I'm trying to do, and I, is I'm trying to think, okay, 20 years from now, are we building things that people will have some reason to buy into the community? And they don't just have some jerk come up to them and say, hey, vote for me and I'll give you this. And there's no relationship to the community. How do we create communities within the community? So, in other words, voters to prolong the lifestyle. It's probably impossible.
What we've found is that if a plan is real clear physically about what's intended and if it has strong community and political support, it tends to have a longer, it tends to have a pretty long shelf life. Communities tend to stick up for the, I did a plan for a mixed-use center in a bunch of neighborhoods like 20 years ago up in the Bay Area. And like 10 years later, there'd been some turnover of the administration and they were starting to go another way and the community just stepped up and said, wait a minute, what happened to our plan? And they just fought for it. So I don't know.
Anything else, Liz?
Did we get direction did you get your question answered about having good policy direction on transit?
I would like to have some policy direction on transit on Hamner, good, bad, indifferent. How we build that into the general plan.
I think it's needed. So if anybody here has ever tried to take transit anywhere, it's hard though. It's, and that's a whole other issue with the transit system, right? Because like it'll take me 15, 20 minutes to drive. It'll take me 2 hours on a bus, right? So I'm going to drive. But we have young kids who are trying to get places, or if we have seniors who are trying to get places, or if we have families who just want to show kids that public transportation is a thing that exists, there's definitely a need. is this the place that we would want to put it? I would want to hear what my colleagues
We're
say.
not necessarily talking about yesterday's bus. We're talking about something that's more frequent and a nicer bus and makes it easier to get places. That's what the transit agencies are looking at, is the next generation of buses, not the last.
Right. And I would like, there was a comment someone put in about putting a trolley on 6th Street, which I thought, oh, that's cute. But like when we think about Silver Lakes, right, and we think about people coming, if they're flying, you know, how, is there a way to get around town? Transit would assist in that, right? When we think about Silver Lakes, when we think about the gateway, if we think about having an area here.
People that are coming to Silver Lakes are probably not going to ride buses.
And if it was a cute streetcar looking bus that just goes without him.
My question, Lori, or Alma, is if we put an official transit down, and we go back to CarMax, one of the things that I was told when the two bidders were looking at that site was they were just outside the train station, the 1 mile radius, but they felt they could still qualify to put in a high-density apartment complex. And they were banking on the fact that the housing authority would allow them to do it. And so one of the things I've always tried to resist is any buses through the old part or the residential parts of Norco, because my fear is that opens us up to all of a sudden we can start putting apartments in and do different things like that. So my fear is if you're running a bus down Hamner Avenue, do you now go a mile both ways to where all of a sudden somebody can come in, take the housing authority, and they force us to do something?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I haven't looked at that law specifically. I'm pretty sure it's quality transit in that case, which would mean a certain amount of headway on the transit lines, which Hammer does not provide right now.
But I mean, are we, that's what I mean, are we talking about providing that?
Good question.
Or just the bus stop, right? Yeah, so what Jason means is frequency. So high quality transit, meaning twice a day bus is not high quality transit. And that's really where it's a low level of service right now where we are.
I think we come more than twice
Yeah.
a day, but, you know, everything slowed down when COVID hit. But RTA has been for the last several years trying to stay right up on top with the modern buses. They've got Wi-Fi and all that stuff, and mainly to attract the students, you know, so they can do their homework and stuff. But it took 3 votes over here, the students at Norco College, to vote to buy those bus passes to ride. They can ride it's $5 a semester, 24/7. They can ride anywhere they want to, but the buses have taken away a lot of traffic in there on the school parking and everything. But they do try to keep up with the times on modern buses. But like I said, they've reduced from the big bus down to the smaller one because COVID hurt everybody on the thing.
I think Kevin, the other, get an answer to that on
Yeah.
what the transit
Let's
bonuses
find
are now.
out.
But I think also that predated all the newer density bonus, legislation that has, you know, for affordable. And if you can reuse commercial for affordable, that gets you height, all the other things we talked about. So, maybe we can do some analysis about those two issues and then
Yeah.
kind of put a pin in that one and you can decide.
Good news is buses have a lot of horsepower. Next, what's next?
We're switching over to the hydro
Hydro.
buses, getting
More
rid of,
horsepower, huh?
huh?
More horsepower.
Be like the old steam engines, I guess, I don't know.
Do we need anything else on Hamner and Fourth? Okay. Okay, so then moving on to the next area we're going to talk about is the Norconian site. And really the main opportunity here is an economic development and placemaking opportunity, really just being ahead of the state should the Norconian site and prison ever cease to become a prison. And the opportunity for the general plan to have a clear idea of both the patterns and types of uses that you would like to see there. should it not be a prison. It's currently designated as with the preservation and development zone, and that, from our read of that, has fairly limited direction in terms of the built form and patterns being prescriptive about what those should be. So we think there's an opportunity potentially to clarify that in this effort. So then in terms of where we started, we developed some concepts for this. Really, it was focused around sort of reintroducing or introducing a network of streets and open spaces and trails through the prison site, so that should this area redevelop over time, that it would be redeveloped around a pattern that's organized in that way. That, of course, provides a lot of opportunities for trail connectivity to the river, and as well as just walkability through the site as well. Some of the concepts in terms of uses that we looked at were various types of sort of adaptive reuse strategies for the hotel proper, as well as some of the former prison buildings. We've shown some concepts of those in the past. And then as well as the concept of, could this be an area where you would prioritize certain open space and recreational facilities? Like this could be a good location for an equestrian campground with good access to the river and proximity to it. And potentially as well, this could be an area where you could expand some of the city's sports and recreation facilities should they be relocated from other locations. So we didn't get, we didn't get a lot of pushback necessarily on this site. So I think really the questions that we want to talk about are really helping clarify what the intentions for this site should be. How should general plan policy define a future for this site? What types of uses or amenities should be prioritized here? Should we consider policy direction that would support housing, if housing could bring the types of amenities that would be of value to the community? And then are there any other economic development strategies that should be considered for this site?
And we did hear from the community saying things, because I believe now the preservation and development zone could allow like business park type uses, and there was some comments from the community about not wanting to see those kind of uses here, as opposed to other commercial uses. So it's both a question of broadening the zone to should we consider allowing housing in it, and also limiting it in other ways based on the community feedback, and then also putting a little bit more specificity in it as to the form and the future street connectivity.
Because based on its sort of slightly off the beaten path location compared to, say, Hamner, the chances of it turning into a lot of retail not all that great.
Can I start? Do you guys mind? I want to point out something.
Yep. Do you want me to go back to the image? Yeah. Yep. This one or the existing?
Next, the first one.
Sure.
All right, so this is incredibly historic, but I don't know how you would say that. I'd love to say that it's the last one left in the world. It was built as Navy Hospital. It was designed to last 25 extra years after the war. There's still guys in it. You have the original Norconian here. That's the complex.
Yeah, yeah.
So you got that there. Then you have the nurses' quarters, which I've always envisioned as either an extension of the hotel, or it could be a business park, or it could be something like that. I never envisioned retail myself. You then have a bigger building that was designed by the Navy, by Cloud Billman, that goes off the side, and it's at some places it's 7 stories high.
Yeah.
The views from all of these vantage points, except for the middle of the U, are staggeringly beautiful. All of this could be a business park, it could be townhouses, a hotel, I mean, it could be absolutely magnificent. But then you have some other very interesting buildings, which you don't have on this site. This is actually part of the prison. This is the old corpsman quarters. This is 5 stories high in some places. That's another building, permanent building, poured in place, absolutely beautiful building. That's another building that could be It's gigantic inside. You then have some other very interesting buildings. Right here, you have the chapel, which has some really incredible, very simple, but it's been in use since December 25th, 1945, the day it opened. Even when the Navy left, that building was still in use by various churches around town. We then have this building, which was sort of a service building, which you could probably say it's not constructed quite as well as the church, but it's pretty cool. But then you have a recreation complex right here. You have a theater, which I've heard, I don't believe it, they say it's 3,500 seats, I don't believe it, but it has a fly space, and then you have a gym, and then you have a whole service area with a basement underneath. That complex right there, and then you have another fire station here, which they rebuilt and is just totally first class. But you have that whole core of buildings. And then, I guess I've always seen this, and I'd love to say this, but this could be a wonderful golf course, 9-hole golf course. So if you created a mix of hotel, village, I mean, you're talking, the Norconian is 460,000 square feet. This one's slightly smaller. This one, square footage is even more square feet. So you have all these buildings. Oh, and then you have your powerhouse over here, lots of interesting buildings. All of these, the irony, and then you have your tea room here, which is a very interesting overlooking the lake. There's a whole bunch of things here, and I've always seen it as a hospitality, apartment, retail complex for businesses, lawyers, things like that, because it is off the beaten track.
Cool.
If you could figure out a way to take this over as part of your golf course,
Yeah.
but then you'd have to relocate all those fields, and I just don't know where you need to do that in the city of Norco. I just don't know. But those buildings right there are the core buildings, the old Unit 1 for the Naval Hospital, and they're really, really in good shape. And then the only other building that the prison has ever built is this one right here, which is like a barracks sort of thing. But it's so hot they actually can't be in there from July to September. It's state money at its best.
True. Yeah, exactly.
But all of this, as much as it would kill me, I mean, I wish we could find a use for all those buildings, but I just don't know what you would do. They're made of something called semestos. And the fact of the matter is, no state employee can actually legally be inside those buildings. They moved out of this building because they said it was too expensive to renovate because of the asbestos. So they built all these buildings, and they cost 5 times more than what it would have cost to renovate the building. Again, your state funds at work.
Of course.
But legally, they can't even go in the building as teachers. But there's hundreds of employees that go there. So I don't know what you would do with those. I don't know what kind of use. But this is the core of what I would really actively like to save. And like I say, I could make one heck of a hotel, and maybe Silver Lakes would feed that. I don't know. 'Cause that's
Yeah.
what
Sure, of course.
And then the other thing you need to anticipate is the Navy base is always on the chopping block. They're always on the chopping block. And the reason is because they're in buildings that are built in World War II, 1943 to 44, and they could truthfully move into one of the empty buildings at Fort Hueneme or someplace like
Yeah,
that.
they're also kind of far from the ocean, in case nobody ever noticed.
Well, there's a reason, actually there's a
I
reason
know,
for that.
I know.
But it's the old TB wards, but the reason that they stay there is because the employees don't want to leave the area because it's cheaper, they can get more for their bang for their buck. But there's one congressman that protects this base, tooth and nail, which I support. But he goes away, all of a sudden, if you bring somebody else in who doesn't have the status on the ladder,
'Cause that,
that's what happened when the Navy base closed.
that could go to Hueneme or Magoo.
I mean, 57, when this closed, the Congressman Sound didn't have the clout that the congressman in Long Beach had. And I anticipate that if there's ever a big change, that's what will happen, this place will go. Does that help?
It does.
Yeah.
This could be the Mission Inn on a hill overlooking a lake on 122 acres in the middle, and unlike the Mission Inn, you don't have to completely rejuvenate the entire surrounding area. I remember when there were hookers standing under the arches at the Mission Inn. And this could actually be in a very, very affluent area. This could really be unbelievable.
Well, I mean, it was when it was first built.
Never made a nickel.
I know, the depression happened and various other things.
But he did okay. He made a couple million. It cost him $5 and he made $2.
Exactly.
Used his wife money, right, so.
Yeah, it was the Scripps money.
Other input on that side?
Your slide with the other question.
Yeah.
So currently it's zone conservation and development, and also note that way that whatever happens on this, it's specific plan.
Yes. Then that would remain. I don't think the general plan is gonna solve that now, since this is such a long
Right.
future thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of, to me, there's a lot of variables with this.
Yeah, it's so
General
far
plan
long-term,
should be-
all it would start to do is shape it a little bit more.
Right.
That's it.
Can you,
Whether the hotels,
except can you block the state? What happens sometimes with these properties is a nonprofit comes along, they capture it and they hold it hostage.
Yes.
We lost a very beautiful hospital over at March Air Force Base because those grifting SOBs took it and said, now give us $5 million. And they let it deteriorate. They moved in a whole ton of homeless and didn't take care of it. I'm not against homeless places, but they just destroyed it and it's now been demolished. A beautiful building. And there were lots of people that were willing to take it on. And my fear here is that the state will come in and they will say, oh, and that's why I always tell people, there's so much asbestos there. I mean, truthfully, the college has a wonderful program there, but they're not legally allowed to have their teachers in that college, in that facility.
so your question number 3, support housing, if that could provide extraordinary community benefits, how would you define that?
Those could be defined in the plan. Basically, what are the benefits that you would want housing to
Like we had
provide?
talked about, like, in the context of this, Greg, when the team talked, we talked about, like, for example, if allowing housing, part of hotel to be housing, if they're gonna build out the corridon staging area, add an arena, build access from the site around Waymaker into the riverbed, I mean, something really incredible that the community wants, that they're gonna do for you, you're willing to let them have housing if it's, maybe it's a golf course, if you wanted a golf course, whatever the it is.
Or a sports park.
Yeah, more sports fields, whatever the it is, but it would have to be extraordinary, not just like, oh, building out the frontage or stuff, putting in a little garden,
Nice,
like,
give
big.
you a mile of horse trail.
Right, because potentially there's a lot of upside economics in adding housing, so don't give anybody that right, but let them know they can have it if they give you something incredible, like.
Right.
The idea of the equestrian hospitality at this site, I think is amazing, where you
Yes.
could trailer in, you could stay, there's a stable for your horses, you could ride in the river, ride in other parts of town, like, that would be extraordinary.
You could have an RV campground
Right.
and a
But
place.
see, then, to me, I'd want it to be symbiotic to the hotel. I think number 1 is hotel gets restored.
Right.
Yes.
So
But
I'd
there's a
rather
couple-
have you stay in the hotel than stay in the RV.
There's a,
So that's kinda where-
excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Well, you know more about this than all of us put together, Kevin.
No, I think that you don't have any housing at all because, when you talk about the hills, we were talking about that before, 5 and 10 acre parcels specifically designed so you could never build in the hills because it would be too much money to build and you couldn't get a return. So we got 50 grand to build how many houses in the hills to let them rezone to a half acre so then now it was feasible for them to build? We all lived through that. That was 5 of the friends of mine, but that was not a smart decision because they said, oh, well, we have to build, and gee, we'll get an arena. And that developer was so smart. Who paid for the arena, Greg? The residents. They put it back on top of their. So I personally, and I love Lori, I want to be a good ancestor. This could happen tomorrow, but it could happen 20 years from now. I would like the future council to know we don't want houses there, that we're trying to restore this, that this is a historic site, that it's something worth saving. 5,000 to 10,000 people died on that site. And I just feel that we need to say no housing. This is something, you have the opportunity to do something spectacular.
So I want to capture, let me finish that, but Kevin, maybe I'm not clear. I'm suggesting that, not that you would ever, I'm all for the adaptive reuse of the existing buildings. I'm not saying that, I'm saying you might allow, if the Norconian is how many stories, you may allow 3 levels of housing, 3 levels of hotel, if you get something amazing for it. Maybe you're open to that, because the economics of restoring that hotel are gonna be really tough. That is a lot of money, so that money's gotta come from somewhere. The use has to generate that kind of cash, and so inevitably, they're gonna come back to housing. So I don't disagree with you, I'm not thinking Eastvale housing production, I'm thinking, how do you incorporate, would you allow them to incorporate pockets of housing into those existing cool buildings if you get that adaptive reuse and you get some other amazing community, I think equestrian supported uses, that's the question.
Well, I think that your housing, if you put it there, needs to be Spanish Mediterranean. I think it needs to be.
No, but what if there can be some apartments that, could be a lot of hotel rooms if that's all you put in those historic buildings. So
No,
what you're
no,
saying
I
is
think
could
you
be
should,
apartments.
some of those you adapt to apartments.
See, okay,
That's what we're saying, we're not saying build housing on the site.
Oh, no, I think like that wing that goes down the side, okay,
You said that, yeah.
have you ever, what you ought to do is, I'm actually gonna arrange for her and I, and anybody who wants to go, to take a tour of that part.
I would love to.
You can't believe how huge these buildings are, and they're big, they're this wide, and they go forever. So,
So so for you, you're good with housing as a carrot, essentially.
no, I think you could have senior housing, you could have high-end apartments, you could have,
Condos.
But it's part of the adaptive reuse only. Is that what you're saying?
yes. But at the same time, if you do housing, let's say in the west, the western part of it, I'd prefer to see a golf course or something, but let's face it, nobody's building them anymore. But I would want to put the covenant on that it has to be, the architecture has to be in keeping with what's up on those hills. I also would want the chapel to be saved. I'd like to also figure out a way to use the gym and the theater. Because we need both of those.
Well, that could be your community centers that we don't have, right?
Exactly.
Maybe they're providing that as a community center amenity, and they're opting into a CFD that funds, so there's a special tax that funds those operations of those new amenities for community.
Robin, are you waving? Oh.
I think the idea is that the extraordinary community benefits are all the ingredients that make this site sort of what you've just described, right? So you define what are the ingredients of making this what we want it to be. Those become then the benefits. And the question is housing an economic development strategy for getting those outcomes?
The Corman Quarters is a self-contained building. You could make that a senior housing project.
Got it.
I mean,
We're certainly not talking about knocking these buildings down and building houses.
No.
That's the
well,
last
I get
thing we're
nervous
talking about.
on those buildings over there. I mean, if you're gonna do something like that, just move everybody into the barracks.
Okay.
Anyway, does council have any input on this?
Remaining input would be that whatever happens, whenever something happens, it'll be probably one of the greatest challenges and one of the greatest opportunities, land use wise, that this city will ever face.
For sure.
Yeah.
No question.
And we have all the bases covered.
So we're just, if you're clear,
So I mean, it's
in
not like
general.
specific to a golf course or housing or whatever. It's over the magnitude of that challenge is going to be dramatically complex.
So we could put in the general plan, we can put programmatic requirements that at whatever time this becomes available for reuse, that a detailed master plan specifying these things and these things and these things and these things and these things needs to be prepared and brought forward, and the outcomes need to include this and this and this and this and this. In terms of the broad scale. Right. Not the details of, right, but what it does for the community.
And region.
Yeah. And your fiscal situation. It's gotta be a positive thing, not an expense.
The only thing I want to add is I would hope that there would be some component that ties in the equestrian because of the access to the riverbed at that area and quarry don staging. So whether that's stables that tie to the hotel or the equestrian campground, and I get what you're saying, Greg, as far as the hotel and the campground, but I don't see them as competing because I see two different types of like clientele being met there. So like it's gonna be higher end potentially with the hotel, where if you're doing an equestrian campground, that's gonna be a completely different kind of clientele that are looking for that. I just don't want to miss the opportunity because you can go right to the riverbed and we have the staging and everything there. So
The old stables are on the Navy side, unfortunately.
Seahorses.
Glamping. That, you know, and then some, usually with glamping, there's usually a few people who want to bring their tents, but there's luxury, right, upscale, which goes with what is the hotel. Yeah, I just like the adaptive reuse of the hospitality. We said recreation, art, right, the arts, the theater, and open space. So I know we just need to get that prison closed.
Well, what's interesting is that Lori's getting ready. I was over there the other day, and they had renovated one of the end buildings. And I thought, wait a minute, they can't do that. I never saw a report. And because they're on our local register,
Right.
they're required to do an EIR. They're required to do, what's it called?
Historic resources survey.
Yeah, they have to do a survey. They have to go through the whole CEQA process. And so that may well, that's going to be difficult. I mean, we will be very, very, I think Bill Wolkman and I have talked, and he's going to be calling Lori. We're going to be very easy on them, but they still have to follow the law, which they have not done for decades.
Wait, and whose law was it?
State of California.
Yeah.
Any others on this site before we move on?
Just on this, it might be good to let Bergman weigh in. I don't know if they've heard from him too much about this site, but just in like a 1-minute summary, Dave, if you could kind of give them your nickel analysis of the economics on this site, if he's still here.
I don't think he is.
Steve pop up? Okay, we'll get it later.
All right.
Essentially, his nickel version was that it's challenging, economically challenging, right?
Like you said, Greg.
Okay, so from specific to zooming out a little, so just in terms of Norco neighborhoods in general, and again, there wasn't a lot of controversy necessarily. There's a couple issues or topics that we want to engage you on, just in terms of the opportunities and challenges that we're looking at, street maintenance and improvement. We heard desire for improved trail lighting, the topic of waste management and recycling, particularly related to local manure management and composting, opportunities for better support of home-based businesses, and then just in general, safety and access for pedestrians, equestrians, and bikes were all sort of topics of importance. This is pretty much the slide that we showed at the last workshop, really just opportunities that the general plan would be addressing. So continuing the traditional A1 half-acre lot zoning and historic equestrian overlays as essential components of Norco neighborhoods, highlighting and prioritizing the equestrian and large animal keeping activities of the neighborhoods, improving equestrian trails, looking for opportunities to improve lighting on them, introducing new ones where there's gaps in the network, opportunities to improve pedestrian and bicycle safety within the neighborhoods, road maintenance and improvement, clarifying processes in the general plan to support the operation of home-based businesses on residential properties, and then just showcasing and promoting the products that are coming from those businesses in town. So really, these are the two topics I think that we need a little bit of input on. So what are the policies and strategies that the general plan should address for the manure management and composting within the city? And then are there specific policies and strategies related to supporting home-based businesses as well as promoting and marketing local goods and agricultural services?
Council? Well, I think, number one, both manure management, composting, we handled all of that. Where we are currently.
Okay.
With our new waste management contract.
How recently was that? Because we were hearing people.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Go into effect.
July 1, yeah.
Okay, so that's
So
just been
last
out.
couple of months.
Oh. Because we
Yeah.
were hearing about this like over the last year as sort of an unresolved thing, and you, I think we're pretty much.
The fear,
I think we're pretty clear on this, aren't you, Chad? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, most of those comments when I was reading were from September of last year, and we just finished the process. So I feel comfortable with that. All that's been handled through ordinances and our new agreement with waste management. So.
More issues like this.
So, and it doesn't necessarily to speak to what was here, but I saw a lot of comments about just general appearance of neighborhoods, upkeep of properties. That was fairly consistent through the comments. And, you know, just the other day I said I had hosted somebody and we were driving through the neighborhoods, and it is one of those things that's hard to explain when you have a guest and you're like, here's like Disney Ranch and here's this farm and it looks great, and then literally the yard next door has weeds that are 5 feet high and 2 dead vehicles in the yard. And that is Norco. It's a patchwork of those things, and that was clearly reflected in the comments of our residents as well. So I don't know what can be done in the general plan to kind of, you know, address that, or have some type of statement where we want to try and keep our neighborhoods looking clean and rural, and yeah. So, you know, that was kind of what was on my mind when we got to this particular topic, is what are some ways that as a community we can address that concern, because it is embarrassing to, you know, showing people around and you have that situation in town. But I don't know what the answer is for that.
Well, it's easy to write policies if we know what the vision is. If the vision is that's okay, nobody cares, then but if the vision is that it would be nice if things were a little less junky here and there, then we can have some policies in there that could lead to some zoning provisions and levels of code enforcement, I would think.
You don't want to develop what I would want to see like an HOA, but I don't mean this facetiously, but there's some streets that $1 million house needs a fire. Seriously.
Yeah, right.
Succession.
Greg, tell us like it is.
Yeah, stop sugarcoating.
I can point out a few. And, I mean, how do you put that into a policy? But you would get resistance if it's
too restrictive.
like an HOA, right? You gotta have
Oh.
earth tone, this, or whatever.
No, if what you just said is a consensus, we know exactly what you're talking about. Because we're not crazy about HOAs that are all up in your business in any way.
Besides that, everybody in Norco has a gun, you know.
I hear this, right? This is one of the things I hear from residents a lot. No residents have come to me and said, you know what, I wish that people would keep more junk in their yard and have higher grass. But I hear all the time, I wish that it would look a little nicer. Like, whether it's any part of town. So that is some. Right, exactly. Exactly. So I wouldn't say that this is a and people will always complain after the fact, right? Just like people want more enforcement with speeding until they get a ticket. But this is something that I've heard consistently from residents. We just want a baseline of, general
Yeah.
safety and welfare for your
Yeah, and one of the
house.
things that we've talked about bringing to the forefront is the adoption of a property maintenance code. So we can probably help use that to kind of steer some policy into the general plan to address just that, the look of the neighborhood. So I think we can work using that to bring it to the forefront in the general plan.
I agree. The problem is that Norco right now, what's our mean age? 62 years old. So you have a lot of people that can't leave. They own their house, but they can't leave. They don't have enough money that they could, even if they sell their house, where do they go? So they want to stay in Norco, so they can't keep their house up. So one of the things that I would like to, if we do that, I would like to actively, there's a little group now that does this, but a group of people that in the event that somebody can't do it, that we create some sort of a community, bigger group than the one I know about, that will go out, and Lori can call, or whoever calls and says, hey, there's a code enforcement action. They need to have their front yard mowed. They need to have the car moved. They need to have, and I realize, but in Norco, that might be a very doable thing.
Yeah.
And so I think
They're
one,
not doing that on purpose, it's just they didn't
they
have the
can't,
energy to go out and move all that
they
stuff.
can't do it any, and I know a lot, that's why we were trying to get the farms on there. So that, hey, let me grow crops in your backyard and I will keep your front yard clean.
Right.
I have a couple of questions that have come up in my mind as we've been looking at this. So, I mean, the rusting vehicles in the front yard is a pretty easy thing to figure out. But then a lot of homes have the horse corrals in the backyard. A few have the horse corrals in the front yard. And then a lot of homes have like the gardens in the backyard. Some homes have or might have the gardens in the front yard. So, and I don't have any value judgment here. This is a pure question. I mean, if somebody wants to grow corn in their front yard.
Works for me.
Okay.
Easier to reach over the fence and grab an ear.
Exactly.
I don't think we have any ordinances that would include that. Some cities do.
Oh, I know.
We have an ordinance that would limit that to some of the
Well, we did design guidelines for by far the fanciest neighborhood in the state of Kansas. And
That was Kansas.
I'm sorry?
That was
No.
Kansas.
But and all they have these big. It's like Beverly Hills, only fancier, and with like big rolling front yards. Like 300 feet deep of grass and stuff. Then somebody grew corn in their front yard, and everybody came unglued. And I was thinking, well, that's pretty cool.
But Kansas,
Yeah, that was in Kansas. They didn't want corn in the front yard. Can you figure? Yeah.
Well, there's some neighborhoods in Norco that the grass would raise eyebrows. Whoa, grass.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway, so agriculture and horses in the front yard, no problem. But like tall weeds and old cars, not so much, right?
Cars, they're junk, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, right. I mean, if it was a John Deere tractor, that'd be another thing.
You got what you need.
I think so.
Right, okay. Okay,
Oh,
I think we got that.
Oh. Yeah.
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 So there's lots of people that would be willing. There are lots of people that, I mean, the Rotary Club does a ton of stuff, Kiwanis, but if we're gonna do this, I guarantee there's gonna be seniors calling us up going in tears, like, oh my God, they're gonna fine me $100. That's a week's food.
So
How do you discriminate with, there's people in need, and then there's people in town that are just lazy.
And then there's collectors.
these two locations are in need.
And I'm fine, I understand. They need help,
I'm not
but
upset about that.
Then you have the collectors.
Yes.
You have the people that, there's one that, I don't even know what she's collecting, it's just piles of stuff, so.
So I think what Alma was referring to is about a year ago, we adopted our first property maintenance ordinance. So we're about a year and a half into that. And so that's just the start of a community education effort. Like, hey, we now have property maintenance standards. They're not HOAs, but you can't keep a toilet on your roof. Like, you don't have to have your front yard look like, right, you don't have to look like Disney Ranch, but you can't look like the corner of Sierra and Detroit either, right? You've got to have something that's a reasonable person would consider in a neat and orderly condition. So we can keep working on education about that.
All right.
Before we move on to the last topic under land use, is there any other considerations related to home-based businesses that we need to be considering?
Can we go back to one, so Robin and Greg, so for the next, until 2050, we're good, what happens if Viramontes closes down?
They have Paula.
Then it'll go to Paula.
So we have a 20-year,
No, we have a 10-year.
10,
Right.
and then, but they can renew, correct?
It's up to the council.
It's up to the council for 5 years.
Okay. So
After 10, if the council wants to renew, it's a 5-year extension.
The manure waste management.
Negotiate.
Okay, so then anything on the home-based business?
There were a few comments, and I've gotten calls. Trying to find my comment on here. I wrote it down. But basically, for clarifying business uses on residential lots. Like, I've gotten calls from folks who are like, my neighbor is running their construction company out of their house and storing their construction vehicles on their lot. Just, I feel like we're clear in some areas, but maybe we're not as clear in others. We had some issues with like cottage food licenses and the bakery, and so I think that making that more clear. Are you with me on that?
Well, as you just described, that's not legal, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that's not legal.
Right, but what kind of businesses can you run out of your house?
That's exactly the question we're asking for some feedback about. Like, on your construction example, are we?
So
we
okay,
have a
so
lot of,
so now I store my stuff somewhere else, but I'm still running
Right.
my business out of my
right, you're a contractor.
maybe.
But if you have a couple pickup trucks, that's one thing, but if you're storing like, 1,000 pound, if you're thousands of concrete blocks in your backyard.
Yeah, so the question is, what do you want to be legal? Like in that example, if I'm because we have a lot of contractors in town, right? And they're high wage
We have
earners.
truck businesses,
There's a lot of business now.
logistics.
So if they just have one work truck, and is there a number of people that you'd be okay with having employees show up there? Like, can 2 people show up? It's just a policy question because we have a lot of it going on right now. So what do you want to be?
And I get
legal?
I get complaints, right, from people who are like, they're running a
right now
business
they
out of their
can't come to
house
the
and they
house.
shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, right now they can't come to the house. So this is the question: is are you good with that? Because one of the economic development strategies may be kind of going back to the old days where you did work out of your house, right? And you had a customer coming to your house and that was okay. Are there limits there? Like the real life example once was the lady who's running the acupuncture place out of her house. She has one client every hour come to her house and run her acupuncture business. Are we okay with that? Or is it like a hard no, we're not okay with that? So, or are we okay with it where it fits with agricultural animal keeping? That might be a distinction. So this is one we're really wanting you guys to let us know what your thoughts are.
Or what if it's like a lawyer or an architect or?
Yeah.
Well, I got a question. Thanks, kind of that. How many permits, how many people know this? Is there in town for people with truck driver park or semi in their property?
Off the top of my here, I don't think it's more than like 20 some. Yeah.
I thought there used to be a hundred of them all the time.
Right now, we only have maybe 20 plus.
Are they hard to get?
Well, the thing is that recently we amended our policy where we have to let the neighbors know, and that plays a huge role, and that's helped. But as far as it increasing, substantially, no. I mean, it stays pretty limited.
Because
Because there is a limit in the code as far as
The guy
how
was
many.
complaining to me the other day about they wouldn't get permits to park semis, they have so
Yeah.
many. That they used to be able, I don't know now, but I can understand that they don't want somebody cranking up with
Yeah.
diesel truck at 3 o'clock in the morning.
And that's another thing that the council may want to consider. Do we want to continue making provision for people to park their semis?
I don't. I think it's really,
Just food for thought as far as our residential zones are concerned. It's important to reflect.
Yeah.
I agree with Kevin. I would say no, because then one leads to the other, and like the one on Hillside,
Are you saying no to no more, or no to letting,
no.
no to allowing
no.
semis?
Run that business then.
They're allowed right now if they get a permit.
That's correct. So what it essentially does.
there's only a limited number of permits.
Limited
so-
number,
Right,
and all it
and they
does
have to
is
ask the
basically-
neighbors.
Yes, it allows them to veer off the designated track routes to get to their house to park their vehicles. But on top of that, there's, restrictions on where they can park them, how, soon in the morning they can veer them out, et cetera. And yes, I have to agree, there's been issues in the past. Okay.
Robin, I have a,
Truck won't, no, sorry.
I'm
Truck
sorry.
won't be running, but the reefer will be.
yeah. Or they warm the truck up for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And Robin, I have a question for you. When I was a kid, I can remember people they would sell berries and stuff, and they would sell eggs. And Mr. Schwecky had the egg thing out in front of his house. And what's the?
Yeah. That's still allowed.
Do we allow that?
That's
now?
still allowed.
And is it-
That's still allowed.
Code,
Yes.
yeah. So ag
can
uses
they
you
actually
can
set up
sell.
a
Yes.
stand and-
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And do that, and can the kids, so would that also apply to a Kool-Aid stand or lemonade stand?
That I think is looked,
We just don't
we
look
look
at
the
it.
other way.
Do they have to go
Yeah.
through the health department to sell stuff?
So, like when I looked at this, I looked at the process I had to go through for my farm. So you have to get a business license, and then depending on what you put on your business license, that was going through California Department of Food and Ag for certified producers, an egg handler certificate through California Department of Food and Ag, which now requires a Prop 12 clearance certification, which is a nightmare. And if anybody wants to hear about that, I just started that process this week, and I don't know if I'll finish. So there's a lot of things that go along with, like, the farm. If you're going to run a farm in Norco and have a legitimate business license for a farm. And so I think as a city, we need to decide what we want to have or what we want to be allowable, and then how many stops per time. Because I know there was one time where some of the neighbors a specific neighbor was complaining about the bread lady because she has it all on the porch. You can go up, grab your order from the porch. And so people were commenting about the number of vehicle trips to that house for folks to pick up their bread on Saturdays or whatever. And I think that's what this is kind of speaking to, and kind of what you've talked about as well. Because I have the way mine's set up for eggs, it's on the honor system, and folks, if my gate's open, they know where to go, they know where to drop the money off and get the eggs, and then they can be on their way. But I've also seen some really cute stands where you have it on the honor system and build a little stand and put it right up at the front. I don't have the time to do that right now, but I think that's something that we could see more of in town. But we need to make sure that the provisions are there. And I know right now, but I guess, Alma, my question for you is, if the place did not have a business license, would they be in violation or no?
Well, the reality is anytime that you're exchanging.
Selling, right.
Yes, you need to have a business
But
license.
it's free for ag,
And it's,
right?
oh,
For
it's a home
ag-related
occupation business. It's a nominal cost,
It's-
but,
they're still
but
being-
they still need a business license.
And I guess my question would be, like, what do you have to do to get that business license? Because when I came in, like, if I say on my business license I'm going to sell eggs, then I had to get a certified or had some proof that I'm allowed to sell eggs, which means I had to get an egg handler certificate. So,
But
you
if
know-
you're just selling vegetables from your garden, you
So-
wouldn't need that, right?
well, but then do you need a certified producer from the Riverside County Ag Commissioner?
Question.
Which
Also-
I did at that point in time when I first got my business license, I did.
By the way, the
Okay.
business license also includes the EIN number and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess from what I'm listening, it's probably the policy in our general plan would be to be a lot more clear as far as
what
yeah.
what you need.
Right.
So people know, and I did have that discussion with somebody like last week. Okay, if I want to sell eggs, what do I need to do? And again, it's not the city, it's the state, like this Prop 12 thing that it passed a long time ago, but now we're into basically the compliance period. And then, just to kind of put it out there, we're trying to get our compliance certificate to keep our egg handler certificate. And there's like 25 hens at the school, and I have 40 hens at my house, and it's over $1,700 to get a certificate of compliance for Prop 12. So we're still shopping around, but it's ridiculous when I'm selling $500 worth of eggs to pay $1,700 to the state. Well, not even to the state, to an agency
Is that
to
a
give me a
renewable
certificate.
Renewable or
Every
one-time?
year. No, every year.
$1,700
Like your
every year?
egg handler certificate, it's $50. It's $70 first time, $50 a year annually. And then the Prop 12, I think it's going to go to an annual compliance review. And so CDFA, they're 4 months out for inspection. So they said, here's a menu of places you could go and get this certificate. And we're still shopping around, but our quotes right now are in $1,700 range. So when we're trying to build agriculture in the community, I think we need to look at what are some ways that we can build in supports, because it's not, farming and agriculture in general is not easy. And then you put all the compliance pieces on it, and it's very, very difficult, and it's not necessarily cost effective to do it.
So is it safe, let's say, to sell carrots because it needs to be a natural component of our EAT program. And I'm assuming they're teaching people all this stuff.
Right, and the EAT Center has his GAP certification, and he has all of those things through the EAT Center. But if I go through their training and then I want to start my own, I'm going to have to go through those processes and pay all those fees and things too to get my own certifications.
Is there a way that we could, forget the eggs, because that's a safety issue.
The vegetables are going to fall under the county ag commissioner as well. That one's not as bad. They come out and just the certified producers, they're just going to come to your place and see if what you listed is what's in the ground, and they're going to check those off. But then there's another component, and this is where Patrick would come in. It's a certification that you know how to safely handle the vegetables from harvest and storage so that you're giving folks a safe product. And that's another certification. So.
I'm so glad you guys brought that up, because what I was wondering about is if there's some kind of like co-op sort of a deal, which I guess EAT is.
EAT would probably
is doing that. But basically, because we've heard everybody talking about egg production as being part of the lifestyle. And then in terms of making that a more significant economic reality, are there, like, for instance, is there generally, is it generally seen as a positive thing if folks who are growing stuff can just sell them off the front of their property?
Yeah, that's what, yeah.
And so,
Yeah.
if so, I was thinking, as being designers, I was thinking of if there's some kind of a Norco brand, Norco Fresh, sort of brand, co-op, whatever. And then anybody who's part of that could have a little sign with that logo that they could just put on a little stick out in front of their property and hang a little thing under it that says what hours you're open. And then people who are going to like the ag center at your new North Hamner Gateway or on some property sort of as soon as you come to 6th, sort of like the Norco Marketplace, could find out that if, get a little map of where people are in town, or if you're just driving or walking or riding your horse around, every time you see one of those signs, they're selling zucchini there, and they're open from, 9 to 3. So I'll just go by basically just ways of making sort of a Norco fresh produce, eggs, meat brand that people could just sort of see by a little sign which properties are a business and could just pull over and buy stuff.
Norco brand was what they came up with in 1925 for the co-op for all the vegetable and grape and yam and potato growers in Norco, melons.
I knew that.
Norco brand.
No, I did. That's what you do at the school though, right?
Yeah, I think we're not there yet, but I see the Eat Center kind of being the hub for doing that and kind of coordinating all the farmers in town and walking them through the processes
Sort of make it easier
required.
for everybody.
Right.
In
So,
terms of home-based businesses more broadly, I think where we started was
Yeah.
kind of the number of employees, the number of visits that
Right.
come, storage on site, are those all factors then that kind of need to be?
Well, I would say for me, those would be, I think if it's ag related, I don't think we limit it, right? Like how many dozens of eggs can you sell on a half an acre? It's not, you.
How many can you grow?
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Like for
Right,
example,
but my space limits me, right? Like I'm not going to be able to produce thousands and thousands of eggs. Robin's like, if I build a really big barn with 3 stories, they won't let me build that probably. But
That's all right, one's being built behind you, might be able to use one of those rooms.
I'm going to move on.
but what about the flower shop as an example? So I want to make sure we understand what you're saying. So like, are you guys supportive of the flower store that may have 50 visits in a week, 100
And that
visits in
to
a week?
me, I would say that falls within ag. Like if it falls within, if it's
Agreed.
ag, then I say, but I think the other ones, that's where that line of employees showing up,
Got
or
it.
if it's more than one person an hour, like I think a reasonable neighbor doesn't want a line of cars on their street every hour, every day.
Right. But like we
So-
have stables in town, for example, that have people coming for riding lessons a few hours a day, right? So I hear you saying from a policy perspective, we're going to be supportive of home-based businesses that are tied to lifestyle, horses, ag, etc. And then any other kind of home-based business maybe requires an additional level of review. Maybe it's conditionally permitted, and we can kind of
I would say,
decide.
like, the impact needs to be
Right, within a certain amount of impact.
like reasonable traffic. Like that's where the issue we had with one of this home-based businesses with bread. It was like, what's the normal traffic of the area? And the one neighbor said, well, I counted cars this hour and it was more than the normal traffic. And then other neighbors were like, no, it's not. Like this is how many
Right.
cars we, usually have. It was maybe a few more 1 hour Saturday or something. So, but a minimal impact,
Okay.
right? Yeah.
So like one of the examples we talked about a year ago or so was like a farm that's going to have like a farm to table dinner. And so maybe there's 25 people that come and pay $200 each to have this lovely dinner under the stars. Like we're going to permit that because that's supportive of the lifestyle. Maybe there's 10 cars here tonight, but they're all just for one evening. That's a reasonable kind of thing. Okay.
And you do they maybe get a permit for that?
I was like, can they park in my
Maybe,
front
or maybe not. Maybe it's allowed by right if you have that farm.
Maybe within up to some number. And
Up
if
to
you
some
have
number.
an event that
Sure, like over so many things and you need a TUP. Yeah, you need a TUP. But, I would argue on this issue, some of these folks that complain, there are some people in town that get more Amazon trucks at their house every day than they do, right? I mean, in
Right.
the era of Amazon,
There's also a lot of photographers in
Kelly
town
Newton.
that actually do photography in their home and they sell stuff. What's that?
Yeah, they don't have to pay rent. And I think it's an attraction to high wage earners who have a little business that they run out of their house, whether they're a construction small company or an attorney or consultant. They're bringing, they've got the money to buy our $1 million homes. Yeah.
All right, have we covered that issue?
I think so.
All right,
There we go.
good.
Okay, so the last topic, I think this will be relatively quick, is there are a couple of the specific plan areas that are currently just designated specific plan on the general plan land use map, including the auto mall specific plan,
in the gateway specific,
and the gateway specific plan. My clicker's not working.
to run out of
Oh, there we go. So I think the questions related to these are, should these be absorbed into the general plan? Specifically, should the general plan provide clarity in terms of design standards and design vision for these areas so that as development, redevelopment happens over time in these specific plan areas, that development looks and feels a lot more like Norco than perhaps the standards of these specific plans would otherwise result in. So these are really the questions, but really that's the heart of the topic. Should the general plan provide design clarity on these areas? Should we continue to prioritize auto-oriented uses in these areas? And should we also be thinking about updating the land use, allowed land uses in these areas to envision some of the new types of industries and businesses that were not anticipated at the time of the preparation of those plans?
And if I could just give a little bit more context from that, it's kind of a best practices in planning when we're looking at doing a general plan update. If you have some specific plans that are old or outdated, which Alma has expressed to us, we don't want to necessarily wipe out that specific plan, but it is a little older and some of the standards are outdated. So just for ease, absorb it into your general plan and kind of update some of the standards that need updating, get rid of some of the more outdated ones, rather than it being this standalone outside document that you might need to go amend separately and later. So it's really not looking at wiping it out entirely, but kind of absorbing what's important from it to maintain.
Sometimes we just call it retiring it.
Yeah.
You know, it's just old and it just doesn't have anything
To offer anymore. So that's just that's just the reason
So take
behind the
good
why.
stuff out of it and put that in the general plan, and if there's an update, put that in there too, and then just don't have to have a separate vote.
Like in our land use element, that presently, like in regard to like design standards, start at auto mall specific plan, which would allow different type of architecture, palm trees, right? And it would seem that as you got closer to Sixth Street, the design element changes so that when you get to Sixth and Hamner, then makes that transition to like, say, Western architecture.
And the area around Fourth could address that area that we were talking about.
Yeah.
Instead of basically just be pieces of Hamner.
It just kind of going from one extreme to another, which to me no longer makes sense. So I don't have a problem absorbing a lot of that into the general plan.
And we'll work with our economic development team to,
Yeah.
and
But
our
there's been a
staff
few
to think
cases
about
where
new opportunities.
the auto mall specific plan has saved us from some uses we didn't want. Okay. I don't know how we find that balance.
Like what, like warehouse?
There's some, didn't we have some nonsense
The
with-
First Amendment stuff?
No. What is it? Four-wheel drive, it's where we had that all Bianco lot, and then there was something else, and somebody wanted to buy it. After, I'm trying to think, that it was a use that wasn't compatible with the specific plan.
I think the idea is, though, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but that you would pick up those standards from the specific plan. You're just going to roll them in the same document.
Yeah.
So you're not eliminating those standards. They would stay a different standard.
Yeah, I mean, keep the things that are working,
And
add clarity on
maybe
topics that need
kind of
clarity.
one-off, but a few times it's helpful.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Right.
we're not talking about erasing it, just sort of rolling it in
Sure,
to the
okay.
general plan and updating it a little.
Yeah, and this would be one, frankly, where, we're actually looking more, to Alma as to what's worked, what's outdated. It's
Right.
more of a implementation standpoint for the planning staff.
Including, for sure, what has it saved you from in the past?
Yeah,
And let's
yeah.
make sure it continues to do that.
Right.
And just for example, what was it, last year, we updated our industrial standards, so that's fairly new. It's something that we would just roll into the general plan.
And I would say the same with the gateway specific plan also.
The only thing I would say is that please, and I would do it sooner than later, I would before this gets out. You talked to Bob Hemborg, Tor, his son. You,
They talked to them in the, I was trying to find the page where they're on here.
no, I meant that you're gonna lay, I would talk to everybody in the auto mall to warn them, so it doesn't get all crazy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's
Yeah, I
what,
can do that. Let them know that we're gonna be rolling up the
yeah,
venues
and
that-
see what their concerns are, and, I know somebody, 'cause I saw that too, somebody did talk to Bob, but who's the guy that owns the,
Which group was it? I was trying to find it. Is the Hamner group?
Yeah, they had a focus group.
It's the Hamner group.
Gene, do you need that? I think Gene talked about focus group.
who was at the focus group?
They're in the phase 1 section, Catherine.
Phase one summary.
Did you talk to them about,
We did have a focus group meeting
but
with
did
them.
you talk to
and
them about getting rid of the specific plan and rolling it into,
I
that's my
can't
question.
remember that
I
meeting.
didn't
We'd
see
have to
that
look.
in here.
We must
Oh, here,
have,
yeah,
but I
here
don't
it is.
remember.
I don't think so. It was
Well,
just
I
in general.
think what you need to do, just
Yeah.
warn them, because let's face it, that's our number one economic driver, and they're very touchy. So you've got the truck folks, I would talk, if you could, Tony Barretto, I would talk to all of them and let them know that it's not gonna change parking, it's not gonna change any of that stuff. That way we don't get our legs cut out from under us.
Yeah, his concern that he brought up was that he said the parcel that Tractor Supply was on was
Right.
supposed to be a dealership and it got rezoned. And so it limits the dealerships that can be in Norco.
Which limits the amount of money they put into their association. That's why he doesn't like Tractor Supply. Yeah, Tractor Supply is great. The reason that Tractor Supply he doesn't like is because, like I just told them, is because they're not paying into the auto mall association, whatever that is. So to pay for the sign and all that kind of stuff.
It's outdated. It needs to be updated.
Yeah, car dealership centers have their own
Yes.
personality.
What's the next slide?
For sure.
Yep, that's it.
Especially Bob, good guy.
I think that's it, yeah. So I think we're about to move on from land use and community design.
Go to the, oh, so you have one more slide to present.
I do not. Is this what?
No, this is you guys, Conservation and Open Space 1, put that slide together.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
And then we move on to,
well, I think we're getting into the less controversial topics here.
right, so basically we've been focusing on the land use, community character, and mobility of our 3 key opportunity areas, and that's really what the focus of most of our engagement has been. When we first came to the public at our very first open house back in November, we had tables for all the disciplines set up. So we just want to make sure, since this is our last time before we're meeting with you, before we're going to write a draft general plan, that we bring you up to speed on kind of the other required elements of the general plan or topic areas that we have to cover, just to, letting you know what's going to be covered in the general plan. So another topic that has to be covered by state law
Sorry,
is...
before we go there, there's one for residential zoning that I wanted to ask about.
Oh, sure.
Before we move
Yeah,
on.
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Because there was a comment in here about tiny homes on wheels. And I've talked to our former city manager, and so this is really just a council direction question because that comment came up. But I researched it and looked into it, and so a tiny home on wheels, a city can pass an ordinance to allow them and it counts as an ADU. So then you don't get another ADU. So I see the benefit for allowing those is it doesn't create a big footprint on the land because it's temporary. You can require that it's connected to sewer, that it's connected to water. You could put it on a pad, but they're small and you can't put any more built structures. So I wanted to see as a policy direction if that's something that we would support doing, or we just want to stick to it has to be a hard built structure on the back. Because when I look at preserving the lots for future use, if there's not 1,000 square foot ADU in the back, but a small tiny home that can be moved, and that counts, and it counts as numbers, I see that as a benefit. So I wanted to ask while we're having this discussion.
Berwin?
I didn't understand all you were saying. What is on your piece of property
Mm-hmm. So it's a tiny home is they build them on like not a flatbed trailer?
On a trailer.
Yeah, it's a trailer frame. It's not an RV, but they built it on so it's movable, but it counts as your ADU. So it's very small, and they build some of them you can, like, you could get a tiny house and put it on concrete, right? You can have it built, or sometimes they're on wheels, but it counts as your ADU. And so it's smaller and it has much less of a footprint. But right now we don't permit them on wheels. You couldn't have one in the city of Norco, a tiny home on wheels. You would have to have it built to, give me the construction terms, Greg, I don't know what they are. Built on the ground, attached to the ground. I'm making things up.
Have a foundation.
It could be, yes. You're not moving it around, no, no, it's not a travel trailer. No, it's a home, but you could move it to another location, but yeah, it's not a trailer. Yes. Yes. Yes.
No, it's plug-in. They're plug-in.
My understanding, I like the little tiny homes.
Yeah.
Okay? But it has to be able to travel down a road. It's built on a trailer, so they're like 8 foot wide, no more than 9 foot wide, and they can be 20 feet long, right? So I think it's a great thing. We got a guy in town that bills them for his buddies, okay? But you don't have to follow building codes. You just have to have DMV approval.
Yes,
To move it,
correct.
right? So you could build one in your backyard, sell it, okay?
But I couldn't use it as an ADU for my college student, for an example.
Why not?
If it's on wheels, I could not, according to our code.
Does it say that in our code?
Yeah, because the housing department says you can allow for them, but your code has to say that you do, and our code does
So
not
you're
say
saying
that
it
you can
has to
have a
be-
tiny home on wheels.
So
It has to be attached,
Yes. So anyone could build a tiny home,
right?
but the wheels, that smaller footprint, right, where the city can require whatever it wants, the cities who have allowed tiny homes on wheels.
So then you have the method of attachment, so it could be on a foundation, or you could just use like a screw jack that you put down construction trailers with.
Yes, so there's a minimal impact on the land
So,
if
So-
someone
Yeah.
decides to leave, right, yeah. Yeah. But right now, no, you couldn't, in Norco, you could not have one that's on
Yeah.
wheels used as an ADU. It would be illegal to do so.
So I think to kind of help the city council, because we can look into that further. I mean, I can definitely bring back a report separate from the general plan, because that could very easily fall under the requirements of the state requiring us to allow ADUs. So the question becomes, does the council want to allow tiny homes? So we can definitely address that under a zoning issue, and I can come back on a separate issue as a report on, what it takes to allow a tiny home, and then the council can decide on that based on the zoning issue. So it could technically be a separate issue that falls under the requirements of the state that they require us to allow ADUs. So I don't know.
Well, and I think if we did that, I think we'd suggest probably you have architectural review, because what we're picturing is a tiny home, maybe somebody else's souped up travel trailer that looks like junk. So I think having architectural review would be really super helpful in that case.
And that's all you get once. All you get down here, you get another ADU, and you get it like that counts.
And rednecks, they hold high the wheels.
Yeah.
Moving on.
All right.
All right, moving
That's
on.
That's a 5-0 to add that, I think, right? Everybody is in agreement? So we're going to do a
Gonna look
Texas
into tiny
version
homes.
of a home.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be no different that sheeper that used to come up there, one thing you got to take his wheels off.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Okay, so let me just give an overview
Great.
first, because then we also want to go straight into Dennis.
Yes.
Okay, so again, we've largely been talking land use, community character, mobility issues, economic development. But we do want to make sure before we go write the general plan, we talk to you directly, other than just the way we did in the open house in November, about some of the other required topics that need to be covered in the general plan. And one is conservation and open space, which we have been talking about sort of tangentially as we've been discussing land use. I think in large part, there's already a lot in your general plan that's not going to change from that. And then the other required parts of a general plan, but Peter will talk a little bit about that right now. But then the other pieces, we have Dennis Larson. He's on our team, and he's from Atlas Planning, and he's joining us via Zoom. And Atlas Planning is handling the safety element, so public safety as it relates to natural hazards, and the noise element. Those are all required by state law. And the safety element especially, we just wanted to give you guys an update on, because since you've last done your safety element, there's just been a lot of physical changes and environmental changes, and then there's also been tons of changes to state law. So it's probably going to look very different from the one you have now. So we just wanted to kind of give you a briefing on that and see if there's any questions. So that's just the last steps here, and I'll give you the 1 minute on conservation and open space.
Yeah, Dave's going to present.
Just one slide.
Okay.
Is this on?
Yep.
Okay. So this is a really great element. You have already in, like, it's about 30 years old, but it's a very beautifully written open space element that describes in a lot of detail the natural environments of your hills and the river's edge and drainages running through town, etc. So we're going to just keep all of that and, you know, update it a little bit and just incorporate it into an element that says that the community deeply values the remaining, and I know everybody bemoans the fact that over the last few decades there's been less and less open space around you, which sort of makes it all the more important to take really good care of the remaining open space along the river and the hills. So
tell that to Riverside.
Okay. Be happy to. And so that has to do with the habitat itself, the views into those open spaces, the trails, of course, that provide access into those open spaces, the habitat value and the quality of the water and the air, and careful management of all the limited natural resources of clean water and clean air and electrical power, and cultural resources such as the Norconian. You know, so it'll be a comprehensive discussion of the natural and cultural resources that you want to continue to very carefully manage and be good stewards of all the cool stuff that you've inherited. That's it on conservation and open space.
Unless there's any questions or
Oh yeah,
comments.
of course, yes. Are there any particular things that we should highlight?
No, I always thought that element that we've always had is well done.
It is.
We agree.
Not much is needed. No, I really enjoyed reading that. It's very good.
Did anybody else have comments, or should we move on to public safety?
Okay, so with that, Dennis, thank you for being patient. Could you let us know, give us an update on safety?
Sounds good. Thanks for letting me talk to you today. And today I'm going to talk about the combination. By the way, I apologize. One reason I'm on Zoom is that I have a cold, so I'm intentionally not giving it down over there. But today I'm going to focus on the public safety element and noise. You can just go to the next slide. So public safety and noise, we're talking about both. There's been quite a few regulations as they relate to the safety element. I'll cover those through this short presentation. The safety element itself is really concerned kind of with two things. One is the natural hazards, human caused hazards, to understand how the city is vulnerable to those, whether that's wildfire, flood, or earthquake. But also then how do you respond to those? So what is the public safety aspect of that in terms of what's the direction you can provide to residents and to your businesses to be safer, and also how do you have goals and policies that support your emergency services in reaction to hazardous events. So really the main goal of the safety element is really the protection
Sorry.
The noise improvement is really about reducing impacts from noise from kind of existing or new development on the community. Norco is very unique in a sense because of it being a rural community, because of the kind of equestrian focus. So really what you're focused on with noise is really what are the impacts from some mobile and stationary sources, and really from new development and how that relates to existing development. So go to the next slide. So we talked about the safety element. It's really about the protection of the community from kind of unreasonable risks. And when we talk about these unreasonable risks, I would say that you can put them into two categories: those that are primarily mobile and those that are stationary. And sorry, I apologize. This is a little bit ahead of me. But basically, we're going to look at those that are essentially like kind of natural hazards and are hazard related, and those that are kind of like non-hazard conditions. So you can see in the green that you have these natural hazard conditions that can be like seismic induced, geologic induced. You get from earthquakes. They can be flooding related. You don't necessarily have tsunami, but you do have dam failure areas close to Norco or within Norco, or is those that are wildland fire or wildfire related. In maroon, you have these that we call kind of non-hazardous conditions. These are really there because they're the factors that focus on really infrastructure and the requirements to support emergency services. So for example, you want to make sure that with new development, you have minimum road widths or clearances around structures so emergency access vehicles can get to where those fires or flooding events have occurred. Evacuation routes are unique, and these are actually related to new regulations. So you go to the next slide and we talk about the regulations. There are 4 new ones that are important that I want to talk about, and you'll see there in the order is called Evacuation Analysis SB 99. This is one where it's now required that cities look at kind of new development in hazardous areas that basically have less than 2 evacuation routes. And so if you combine this with bottom right, which is wildfire hazards, we have to evaluate your vulnerability of wildlife hazards to wildfire hazards in the city. For the most part, your wildfire hazards currently are really on the eastern side and on the western side. And so what that means is, number one, you're going to look at where is the exposure to these fires as they exist right now? And then what are the communities that may be affected by that? And do any of those developments around those wildfire areas, do they only have a single point of access? Are they in a cul-de-sac that they get actually hampered with getting out because of only one point of access? So those are 2 of the things we have to look at. The second one is SB 39, which is the climate adaptation component of this. And this is the requirement from the state that with the update of your safety element, you must look at how projected climate change can exacerbate kind of your existing or future conditions. This is one where does climate change cause more drought, and in turn that drought can cause increased wildfire hazard? Is there potential that you get more rain events, which could lead to increased flooding in areas that are in your 100-year or 500-year flood zones? And then the final piece is really there's a strong connection with the safety element now with the housing element update, and that there's a requirement that you update the safety element in combination with your housing element or also your hazard mitigation plan, or at any time in some sense a minimum of 8 years, which is really within your housing element cycle. So there are new requirements that will make bigger changes to your existing safety element. So the next slide. So we then look at the noise element. There are actually fewer regulatory changes here, and this is the one where I was mentioning earlier, is that there's really 2 things we want to look at with noise. One is like, what are the areas of noise? Where is that noise coming from? And what can you do about it? When you're talking about where like kind of the sources of noise, you look at these brown boxes. They're broken up into essentially those that are mobile and then those that are stationary. So mobile sources, those are where you get from your roads and freeways, from your airport, something like Carodi Airport, or something like railroads adjacent. Those that are stationary sources can be anything that can be an industrial plant, they can be a concert hall, anything like that that's going to create noise above a certain threshold that would impact the community. Then within the noise element, you're going to include these implementation measures and really solutions to reduce that noise. From what we've seen so far, it may not be that there's a huge change within the noise element as compared to what you see in the safety element. So the next slide. So really, how are these going to be different? I would say that one is that you have both elements really addressed in any new conditions in terms of this is the relationship to the land use element and the mobility element. Where will you have changes in the community that can concentrate development or change any of your circulation pattern? And then in turn, you'll update each one of these elements. But so there'll be maps in the safety element. You will have noise contours in the noise element. You would update these goals and policies to kind of better reflect the kind of existing conditions and also the future conditions you have from proposed new development. And the next slide. So really, why is it important for both of these? And say that it's important for the safety element because you do want to understand, it's been a while since you've done an update to this, to understand what are the areas that are vulnerable from these natural hazards, whether it's from fire, whether it's from increased flooding. It also allows you to better anticipate how to prepare for that so that you can look then and say, okay, here's, for example, here's the map you have of your fire hazard areas to say, yes, these are fire hazard areas, and do we have the emergency services and the capacity to address those fires? And in turn, do we have the development standards we want to actually give guidance to new development, whether that's commercial development or residential development, to help make them safer in the event of a fire? Then if you go to the next slide. So the noise element is important here. The noise element is important everywhere. Like once again, Norco is very unique in terms of being in like such a rural but equestrian focused community. So it's like a much quieter community than other places. So I think really what you're looking at here is to make sure that when you get new development coming in, there's an understanding of the expectations and thresholds to reduce that noise that would impact the community. And for the next slide. These are just examples of strategies that we could look at. In the safety element, you could look at better construction materials and techniques for new development. There'll be definitely new maps and policies to minimize exposure to potentially hazardous areas. For the noise element, once again, this is the case we're trying to focus on ways to kind of maintain and balance this rural character and the nature of your community. And I think an important piece here, and this is where you find a lot of noise, is to make sure that new development understands how to basically coexist with the existing development and how they generate noise to retain kind of a quiet or rural community character of Norco. So that's what I have. And open to any questions that you may have.
What was the red on the on the fire map? What was I couldn't read. What is that designation?
Yeah, so what you have is you have what's called an LFS. There's in the legend here, you'll see that there is an LRA, which is a local responsibility area, then SRA is the state responsibility area. So the local is going to be that's within the Norco community. And what what CAL FIRE is primarily concerned about is, and you see where in the levy says BH, FH, it's very high fire hazard severity zone. So those are the areas that are most prone to wildfire that they want communities to address. So that's everything you see that's really primarily on the eastern edge of Norco. There is some areas that are very high for the state responsibility area that you'll find that are on the western edge.
So what is the purple in the northeast quadrant?
That's the CPC fire hazard threat area. That's something that we have to explore. I'm less familiar with that, so I don't have an answer to that at the moment.
So we don't know what that fire category is at the moment?
I don't know at the moment, no, I don't.
But it's referring to the CPUC's designation. So there's kind of overlap of couple different statutes that require different entities to designate variations of high fire severity zones. So the traditional ones, the very high fire hazards, various zones that CAL FIRE has to update so often, and then the newer CPUC designated. So the purple is the CPUC one.
Is that electrical transmission line?
Yeah, it's related to the infrastructure, and then because that's the hills. So it's acknowledging fire risk.
It just doesn't make sense that the area we're responsible for is the deep red, and the area that the CPUC, I didn't mean to say corrupt, I apologize to all those wonderful people that are so, never mind.
The red is
it's just,
state responsibility area.
no, that's ours.
No, it's
So
it's
Norco,
LRA
what
and
they do is
SRA
they
there.
saddle us with that, and then they lie, and they say their areas, I'm just wondering what the purple means. You broke it.
I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, the SRA is the stuff down below.
Yeah, see, that
Oh, I see.
that
Okay,
doesn't
I was
make any
reading it
sense
upside down.
because it's the same.
Yeah.
Well, I just think those are just two different map colors showing two different levels, two different designations. It's not saying one is worse or not as worse.
Well, I was just wondering
Yeah.
per them what they would consider to be worse or not worse.
Yeah, I
So-
don't know.
Because he says the red is a high fire area, and as we know, the purple is really just an extension of the red.
Yeah.
And so, and all these fire designation maps are all new. They're all within the last 5 to 6 years when they changed how they did designations. So I'm just curious.
One thing we could do as an exercise, because we have the static maps here, is to do two things. One, explore what exactly is the intent of CPUC fire hazard threat area, and see also how that overlaps, then also how that relates to the local responsibility areas, to understand where that overlap is, and also in relationship to the state responsibility areas as well.
And the dark line through the red, that's our boundary, correct? That's the LAPCO line.
That's city
Just-
line. So what's Riverside responsible for?
Joke.
Sorry, I don't know the questions. I apologize.
He can't hear you, David.
Oh, I'm sorry, so what's Riverside responsible for here?
They would be to the right of the black line.
Right.
That's local for them, and the other
Yeah,
side
the
is local for you.
LAPCO, the black line is the
Yeah, I
delineating
understand.
line.
So you're responsible to this one side of the black line, and they're responsible to the other side.
Correct.
Gotcha.
And what's particularly funny is the red and then the purple at the bottom on the right-hand side. That's Jim Perry's responsibility, so I'm hoping all of his trailer parks get loser insurance. We're having trouble with high transmission lines.
Then Dennis, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think all the Senate bills that you'd refer to as well as the Assembly bills, that's based on the state designation, not the CPUC designation. So if you're looking at like AB 747 or SB 99, where you're mapping evacuation routes and points of access in and high fire severity zones, it only applies to the state designation, not the CPUC designation, right?
So what's the green grid? Because we can't see it, that's the problem.
The little dash line.
Yeah, the kind of,
That's the WUI.
Yeah.
Parks.
No, that's the wildland urban interface is what he's asking.
Yeah.
Could you, Dennis, could you
Yes,
explain
the
the,
wildland urban
yeah.
interface is really, it's almost like, you can think of it as being these peripheral areas that actually, while they're not in a direct fire zone, there's concern that fire can more quickly spread through those areas because of the relationship of where there could be either that there's park space or there's open space or even density in housing. They feel like there's concern where basically you have the urban environment abutting against
The structure.
the wildland area.
is that the golf course?
Area of concern to evaluate, but not as concerned as they have with the very high fire hazard severity.
That's the Disney.
That, is that the golf course,
Yes,
Wiley
so that
Lab?
would be- Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wiley Lab's not flammable.
Depends on how often they water it.
Any other questions for
No.
Dennis?
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Dennis.
Thanks, Dennis.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have somebody joining us on?
I don't think so. No,
Oh,
just to
okay.
state that it's starting.
Oh, okay. Got it. We had this slide.
Oh.
Okay. Do you want to talk on this?
All right, so we're just about done. So then, as we kick off on starting to write the general plan, we just wanted to talk to you about both next steps. And one of those important next steps is that we are starting the CEQA document for this at the same time we start writing the general plan. In an ideal world, you completely write the entire general plan and then the CEQA process would start, but that's never a realistic time frame for any city when they're working on a plan. So we get it started now. So really, it's going to be a program EIR, and we're just going to go through all the steps. There'll be a formal scoping meeting. We'll put out an NOP, a notice of preparation. And just to let you know, that process is going to be started using the land use plan and the numbers in that land use plan that we are going to be preparing based on the direction we received today. So that's really just to let you know that this process is starting. And then next steps. So this is really the culmination then of the final vision and strategy plan. So thank you for all of your input today. That was really helpful to us in providing us with some direction to get started on a draft plan. So we'll be working on a draft plan over the next 9 months or so. First, we'll come back with an administrative review draft that we'll work closely with our city team on. And then, of course, once we have a draft that's ready for the public, we will re-engage with the public. We'll engage with the Planning Commission in at least one or more study sessions, and then come back to you through the adoption process on that. We will stay engaged with the public during this sort of down period where the team is out preparing a general plan. It'll be a little less where we're actually, directly soliciting input and more just informational. We're still here, we're working on this, and of course anything that anybody wants to share throughout that, they're welcome to. So we are still going to attend a couple of your summer events like we did last year. And then we'll talk to Kelly and the rest of the team about attending if there's events in the fall and winter that we should be attending. But then again, really the next phase is when we're coming out with a draft plan to be talking about. Do we have any other? I think that's it for our slides.
Yeah.
So that is the end of our study session. So again, we appreciate all of your time. I think these questions helped give us a lot more clarity and direction, and we appreciate the good discussions around all the topics that we've had today.
Any last comment, Berwin?
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine?
For taking all this time.
Yeah, I just thank you for all of your work. And I know one of the things that we really wanted was community engagement when we started this process. Looking at this binder, we had a lot. So, it sounds like Moses has read through all of that. And so just that this process, even though it might have been a little messy, and with different educational pieces and some feedback-provoking images, that we got some, really good ideas and, a good place for us to go. So thank you.
Robin?
Well, I wanted to compliment you for listening to us this time. I was getting very frustrated with the direction it was going. I guess one, that we're able to finish a complete presentation this time, all the consultants. But, and bear with me on this, because it jumped in my head. This is from years ago, and it's circulation element, and reviewing on that. And obviously a lot of this came from, residents' comments, and good, bad, or indifferent. A past council person that drove Berwin and Kevin and I crazy, but he had one quote that I'll never forget, and it related to the circulation element, and it was directed to staff, that he felt every staff member should have a sign on their desk that says, "How does this decision affect the horse trails?" You know who I'm talking about. So, but when you really think about it, I think that to me is the essence of our circulation element.
So a few times decision used the three-syllable word.
Yep. So, I just wanted to throw that, because it jumped at me reading some of these comments. Okay?
Could you put that in bigger font next time?
Yeah, I think and that's the premise of.
I had to go to
Yeah.
an iPad to read them.
That's the premise of the
Well,
overarching
thank you
goal.
guys.
Right?
We really appreciate it. I'm very pleased. Like somebody said, it's better, we're ending up after quite a tussle. This was really not fun for council in a lot of ways, but I really appreciate the fact that you guys have adapted to the comments that were made a lot. And I feel like this was, for me, it was very positive. Lori, anything?
No, I just thank you to the council for your direction and your comments today. So I think we're in a good spot to start drafting. And again, it's still not fully baked. I think the batter's going into the oven, right? It's for the first proofing. So is that mixing metaphors? I'm not sure. But so it'll come back to you early next year to kind of look at those first drafts. And then we'll be working closely with the planning commission first to kind of get their input in the details before it comes to you. So that's kind of the idea of how that will go on a go-forward basis. So their input will be very valuable as we really get into the nuts and bolts.
Staff, anybody? Alma, Paula?
Thank you so much.
Planning staff?
I have one more thing.
Yeah, please.
When can we expect the crosswalk details in the red, white, and blue from it?
Next week.
Yesterday.
Next week. They'll be in time for Veterans Day, right?
Is that a motion authorize an agreement with Fair and Peers to do the work for us?
It's gonna be a no-cost deal. This is gonna be included in their fee and, be a no-fee encroachment permit also. Right?
I think, hey, you know what? She's over here laughing, but I'm thinking Veterans Day. I'll be, yeah, I want to do it. I want that.
Yeah.
Let's not get carried away.
All right.
We could have a little performance.
We are not fixing any roads.
I'm gonna be tearing up the road.
Is there anything else from your side of the table?
Did you see the one in here?
All right.
No, we're just glad.
What's that?
It's just so great to have this conversation. I mean, this is where we've been trying to get the whole time.
Valley.
And I know we're getting close.
Yeah. Well, this is how Norco rolls. I think that's why we're still here.
Yeah.
All right, we are finished. Thank you.
Thank you.